What is up, everybody? John the Morgile here, gonna do a video response to a globe Earth proponent video called 50 plus reasons the Earth is not flat. Notice it isn't called 50 proofs of a spinning spherical Earth, it's called 50 plus reasons the Earth is not flat. And I'll just get right into it because it's a 20-minute video. I want to try to make this quick, but I'll go ahead and let this channel, the channel name is Fatima Sacrifice. It's from February 26th of 2017. So just jumping right into it, we'll go ahead and refute pretty much anything and everything this person can possibly muster to prove that the Earth has curvature or axial rotation. So let's get right into it, and I hope you enjoy. Now, you probably noticed their little opening intro roll is showing the alleged South Polar 24-hour sun, and that animation that they're showing is obviously a hoax. Doesn't look realistic whatsoever. We can find tons and tons of video time-lapse footage of the northern Arctic Circle experiencing 24-hour periods of sunlight. But in the south, you know, you've only got pretty much this one time lapse, and under close inspection, it definitely appears to be doctored, if not 100% fraudulent. So, anyway, let's get on with it.
In this video, I will first briefly discuss some problems with and deceptions of prominent flat earthers and the flat earth movement, and then I will cover the 50 reasons why the Earth is not flat.
So you're going to use the timeless, age-old tactic of character assassination before getting into the proofs of the Earth's curvature and axial rotation. Because we all know that's how the scientific method is done, is by attacking people's character, trying to find flaws in their personality, and then get on with showing why the Earth isn't flat. Oy vey.
Samuel Rowbotham was the first person to use the pseudo-scientific method called Zeteticism for, quote, flat earth research.
The Zetetic process of inquiry is not pseudo-scientific. In fact, it's very close to the scientific method, but instead of filling in unknown values with theory, Rowbotham decided it was much more practical to establish or quantify those unknown values as opposed to filling in those unknown values with theory and running with that. Had you read the book Zetetic Astronomy, you'd know that right in the very first pages, they define what zetetic means. It comes from the Greek word zeteo, which essentially boils down to proceed only according to inquiry. And again, that means to, let's not make any wild hypothetical theoretical guesses, such as gravity or the Copernican principle or the Big Bang theory. Instead, let's go with what we can prove. Let's go with what we can observe, and let's quantify unknown values to the best of our ability. That's the crux of it. It's not anything pseudoscientific whatsoever. I would say that theoretical astrophysics is about as pseudoscientific as you can get, because theoretical astrophysics cannot be demonstrated, can't be tested or replicated in a lab, nor can it be falsified, making it the definition of pseudoscience.
Instead of starting with a question and a hypothesis, which are then tested or falsified, as in the scientific method, Zeteticism relies solely upon the experience, observations, and conclusions of the tester.
That is the most convoluted and inaccurate string of words I've ever heard compiled into an excuse of a sentence. Let's listen to that last sentence again, in double speed for good measure.
Instead of starting with a question and a hypothesis, which are then tested or falsified, as in the scientific method, Zeteticism relies solely upon the experience, observations, and conclusions of the tester.
So you're trying to say that in the book Zetetic Astronomy, questions are not asked, hypotheses are not tested, and strictly observations are the crux of the entire book. Now, I will just say that within that book, Dr. Rowbotham clearly disproves Earth curvature and clearly disproves axial rotation of the Earth. So those two things alone render the Earth as the very contrary to a spinning sphere. And in terms of claiming that he's not asking questions, to sort of paraphrase, it was very poetically put in that book to where the best questions are asked to nature herself, and those questions come in the form of practical experiments. And so, again, the Zetetic process is very much akin to the scientific process, almost in its most ideal of forms. And what the problem is with theoretical physics is that it isn't science. Theoretical astrophysics is absolutely the opposite of science because, again, you can't demonstrate, for example, the theoretical model for stars or the sun. Lyons claims that stars and the sun are made up of hot atomic fusion, which is theoretical and cannot be demonstrated. And so, to claim that the Zetetic process, which sort of does away with theoretical absurdities, such as living stuck to the side of a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, for one example, by measuring the world, which again, by the way, geometry etymologically translates to measure the world. And so what was done in the Zetetic process is probably the most practical form of science you'll ever encounter, and for some reason you're claiming that it is pseudoscience and merely observation, when in fact that book written in 1865 does an excellent job of debunking the globe Earth, and we've built on that by leaps and bounds due to our technology, such as the high altitude weather balloon capabilities, long distance flight capabilities. Yeah, there was no such thing as flying machines in 1865 when that book was written, and now we can very easily prove the lack of axial rotation by simply doing a nosedive from an airplane coming from any direction, altitude, velocity. If you do a nosedive properly, the Earth is always stationary beneath the nose of the plane, proving conclusively that it's not spinning. At any rate, we'll get back to your so-called debunking of the flat Earth, or trying to discredit people by misrepresenting their work and brushing past facts so as to sort of lie by omission in the terms of the so-called South Polar navigation. Shame, shame, shame on you.
Instead of starting with a question and a hypothesis, which are then tested or falsified, as in the scientific method, Zeteticism relies solely upon the experience, observations, and conclusions of the tester.
Such a method does not prevent self-deception or delusion, because it does not seek to test or falsify the conclusions of the tester.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. In fact, the real crux, again, of the Zetetic process is far more practical than theoretical astrophysics, which absolutely cannot be tested, demonstrated, falsified, or any of that. So just to give you an example, the idea that stars are many, many light years away is pseudoscience. The idea of a Big Bang theory is pseudoscience. The idea of space-time as an intermeshed fabric comprised of nothing is pseudoscience. And the idea of gravity as a warping of this theoretical fabric of space-time is pseudoscience.
Zeteticism allows errors to go unchecked. For example, Rowbotham believed that moonlight is dangerous and that it caused a boy to lose his eyesight because he slept in the field in the bright moonlight.
Okay, so first you claim that Zeteticism allows errors to go unchecked, which is actually antithetical to the entire Zetetic process itself. The Zetetic process was designed to try and filter out as much human error as possible. Again, this can only be achieved by refusing to fill in unknown values with theoretical premises and only proceed with your inquiry based on factual observations, provable, demonstrable observations, or scientific experiments. So you're 100% wrong in your premise there. Now, obviously, mistakes can be made even using the Zetetic process or the scientific method in its most ideal form. Then you continue on to show a couple of screenshots from excerpts, alleged excerpts of the book Zetetic Astronomy. Now, the first one that you have highlighted in red says the light of the moon is damp, cold, and powerfully septic, and animal nitrogenous vegetable substances exposed to it soon show symptoms of putrefaction. And the punctuation in this area is a little bit off, which I don't remember seeing ever when I read the book Zetetic for the audiobook format that's on my channel. However, it is a proven scientific fact that the moonlight is indeed a putrefying light. It is a cooling light. That's demonstrable. If you there's a process that can be used using sunlight to greatly magnify the sunlight, and in doing so, the sunlight will melt gold. If you take the same contraption and use moonlight, it will markedly decrease the temperature by several degrees. So moonlight is apparently cold. Now, the second little thing that you claim here is it's actually a quote from the book. It says, "At Peckham Rye, a boy named Lowry has entirely lost his sight by sleeping in a field in the bright moonlight." Now, you will notice that this sentence is in quotations, and there's a little number 2 by it. Now, what those quotations and what that number 2 means that he's quoting another author and referencing that quote. And if you did even the slightest moniker of research, you'd note that that quote is preceded by another quote that reads, quote, "It is said that the moon has a pernicious effect upon those who, in the East, sleep in its beams, and that fish having been exposed to them for only one night becomes most injurious to those who eat it." It's from Wanderings in the East, page 367, from 1854 by Reverend J. Gadsby. The second quote reads again, "At Peckham Rye, a boy named Lowry has entirely lost his sight by sleeping in a field in the bright moonlight," end quote. And that, as you can see here, is sourced to a newspaper paragraph. Okay, so I'm not sure where you learned how to do research and report on the truth, but you're doing a really poor job of it and being extremely misleading with your propositions in this. So the fact that you claim that Robotham believed the moonlight to be dangerous, he was merely quoting and citing the work of someone else. But of course, you wouldn't know that, because instead of actually researching the topic, you're just trying to pick apart the character and cast doubt on the sanity or the viability of Dr. Robotham's observations and experiments. Now, I don't necessarily agree with the author of Zetetic on everything. He claims in that book that the moonlight must not be reflected light from the sun due to the different properties of moonlight and sunlight. And, you know, that seems to be a somewhat well thought out argument, although I still reserve the possibility that moonlight is indeed reflected sunlight. We can easily demonstrate shining a white light at a red reflector and getting a red reflection, so that does sort of debunk some of the claims in Zetetic. I feel that it is highly possible for the moon, whatever it is made of, whatever the shape of the moon is, it's highly possible for the moon to absorb certain frequencies of the sunlight and reflect other frequencies of the sunlight. And another thing that's important to mention is that there's very good evidence that visible light is not transmitted through quote-unquote space. Visible light needs the atmosphere as sort of a diffraction lens. The atmosphere, or the atmos plane itself, allows for the invisible light spectrum apparently produced by the sun to be diffused into the visible spectrum. Sort of like a good analogy for this would be like a prism. So, at any rate, just wanted to clarify there that I don't necessarily agree with Robotham on everything. However, there are absolutely properties to moonlight that are unique to moonlight, and properties to sunlight that are unique to sunlight. And these observations are documented with repeatable experiments, should you care to take the time to do the experiments. Lots of people have done such experiments and have proven that moonlight is apparently a cold light, and sunlight is obviously a warming light, and that the moonlight has putrefaction properties to it. So, like if you hang out fresh vegetables or fruits in the moonlight, they will rot more quickly than those laid out in the sunlight. So, you definitely have difference between sunlight and moonlight, although I will not go so far as to necessarily say that moonlight, therefore, is not reflected sunlight, because there is some evidence that leads me to believe that moonlight is indeed reflected sunlight, and the fact that moonlight has different properties than sunlight can easily be explained by the moon absorbing certain frequencies of waves and reflecting other frequencies. So, shame on you for poor research, but that was not his claim. He was quoting another author that was sourced.
Eric Dubay is an aggressive flat earther who also teaches demonic yoga, is anti-Christian, pro-Hitler, blasphemes Jesus Christ by saying that he was a magic mushroom, believes in the occult and that reality is an illusion. He also dressed like a woman in a video and plagiarized at least 28 of his quote 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. He might be a paid actor. Dubay also accuses almost all the main people in the Flat Earth movement of being paid shills, yet we are supposed to believe that he is not.
Honestly, I'm not going to argue with you about Eric Dubay and his demonic yoga teachings. I think that's a little far-fetched, but yeah, he's not exactly a Christian, and he doesn't exactly like Jews, and yes, he's all about some Hitler, but that isn't representative of all flat Earth proponents. And even if let's just say hypothetically, Eric Dubay was a crack smoking, LSD carrying buffoon, which he's obviously not, but let's just say that he was, would that prove curvature or axial rotation of the Earth, or am I missing something here? The fact that he teaches yoga and different forms of martial arts and dresses up like Patricia Steere and thinks that's funny and doesn't like Christians and loves him some Hitler, does that make the world any more or less spherical? When it comes to science, I thought we were supposed to debate the facts, the data, as opposed to the person delivering the message. Now, I'm not exactly a big fan of Eric Dubay personally, but he has done some good work. A lot of it is actually plagiarized, so I agree with you on that. But at the same time, he's pushing out a very important truth that is it's really kind of difficult for people to do, even when they realize that the Earth is flat, because of the backlash and the negative impact that it has on one's reputation and business life. And there's repercussions to going out and publicly stating that that the Earth is not a spinning sphere. People will think you're stupid and crazy, when in fact the joke is indeed on you.
Matt Boylan claims to be a whistleblower who used to create fake pictures for NASA. He claims to have inside information that NASA is hiding the secret, quote, truth that the Earth is flat, and is promoting the idea that the Earth is a globe instead.
Matt Boylan may or may not have worked as a subcontractor for NASA to help them make fake images, but again, even if he's a paid actor and none of that's true, which I'm not saying is the case, but even if it were, it would not add curvature or axial rotation to the Earth. Okay, so you're striking out pretty hardcore here, but again, you're just starting out with the character assassination of some of the more popular proponents of flat Earth, because again, we all know that the scientific method begins with character assassination of proponents of theories who differ from your own worldview, of course, right?
And there was a party at somebody's cottage in the Hamptons, And the power went out, and it was about 1 o'clock in the evening, and there was one gentleman who was friends with this guy. He was this consultant for the U.S. Defense Department. Now, this guy was basically a friend of one of my superiors and a colleague. They were listening to him. He seemed to be kind of like this guy who was just this weird. I thought he was some sort of nut that these guys. He was basically just picking apart everything that they know or that they say every day in the office. He was basically explaining the flat Earth and how it works. And he literally drew the UN flag. If they could convince me it was flat. And what was creepy about the whole thing is that they were more laughing at me for not getting it. It never went back to it being a ball with these gentlemen that night.
However, Boylan is an actor.
Maggie. I knew it. Oh, you want to go? Where's the girl?
What girl?
Maggie.
There's no name Maggie here.
Okay, so Matt Boylan was an actor. Therefore, the Earth is a spinning sphere in outer space? Ready?
He was also in a semi-pornographic show called Body Paint Illuminati. Patricia Steer interviews various flat earthers. She dresses in various costumes in her videos, such as a pagan. Some of her guests also wear bizarre costumes. These people obviously don't want to be taken seriously and appear to be actors.
Patricia Steer does interviews with flat earthers who don't necessarily want their faces and identities associated with flat Earth. Therefore, the Earth is a spinning sphere in outer space.
According to the Freemason Andrew Prescott, Freemasons formed Zetetic societies to engage in anti-Christian and scientific debate. Eric Dubay said that Freemasonry's biggest secret is that the Earth is flat. Freemasonry is a diabolical sect. When Dubay was insulting Neil deGrasse Tyson, a globe earther, Dubay subtly endorsed this sect when he stated, quote, "The best thing about Neil deGrasse Tyson is he's a Freemason if you believe it or not," end quote. It would be no surprise if Dubay were a member of the Illuminati. It appears that the Flat Earth movement is essentially a Masonic deception.
No, it is not. Flat Earth is not a deception. Flat Earth happens to be the truth. This is because the Earth doesn't have the necessary inverse square curvature to result in an overall sphere, and nor is it spinning on an axis. This is all demonstrable, provable, and in fact the heliocentric model does not work in terms of adequately describing reality. And what you failed to realize in that quote that you used from Eric Dubay is that he was making fun of Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's an infamous quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson where he says, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty sure I've got it almost verbatim. He says, "Science is true whether you believe it or not." And so sort of a quid pro quo from Eric directed towards Neil deGrasse was that Neil deGrasse is a Freemason whether you believe it or not. Okay, so it was just a joke, and you're taking this way too far. I agree with Eric that the flat Earth is probably the biggest secret of Freemasonry, to the point where most Freemasons probably don't even realize it. I would say that flat Earth is the greatest deception of all time, and is most likely the biggest secret of Freemasonry, along with other, esoteric occult organizations who sort of base their rituals and organizations around Talmudic principles, which are about as anti-Christian as you can get.
Claudius Ptolemy, in his book Almagest, expresses his opinion that the Earth is a sphere.
You know what the best thing about science is? We don't have to rely on the musings of ancient philosophers in order to garner the truth. We can discern the truth 100% accurately and 100% conclusively using our very own eyes, our very own observations, and our infinitely more capable technologies compared to that of ancient astronomers and philosophers such as Ptolemy. Now, you may get into this, and although Ptolemy may have believed the Earth was a sphere, he was also a well-known geocentrist. So, not sure where you're going with this, but okay. And, I would just mention that we absolutely do not need to hearken back to ancient philosophers and astronomers in order to discern the truth. That is something that we can do for ourselves, and time again, without fail, all of us who actually look into this come back with results that are simply incompatible with the idea of a spinning spherical Earth.
His views on the order of the universe were widely held for over 1200 years. Quote, "Now that also the Earth taken as a whole is sensibly spherical, we could most likely think out in this way." End quote. The most popular flat earthers map is an azimuthal equidistant projection map. The distances on such maps are only correct in relation to the center point. All other distances are distorted. An azimuthal equidistant projection map can be made for any point on Earth, including Antarctica. The Qantas non-stop flight from Sydney to Santiago would not work on a flat Earth map. There are a number of permanent research stations in Antarctica, and they can all vouch for the fact that Antarctica is only about 11,000 miles in circumference, not 78,000 miles, as a flat Earth map shows.
Really? And pray tell how these isolated research stations situated along the Antarctic can vouch for the fact that it is a relatively small continent on the bottom of the sphere. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but if you take a guided tour down to the Antarctic, you're either going to leave from one of three places in most situations, either the southern portion of Australia, the South Horn of Africa, or the southern tip of South America. When you reach your destination in Antarctica, even for military personnel who have gone down there, scientists who have gone down there, and your average people who have gone down there, are absolutely not allowed to venture away from their little outpost. There is no full-scale geodetic surveying done of Antarctica. The last time that was done was in the 1940s by Admiral Richard Byrd during Operation High Jump, and other than that, there has been no geodetic surveying of Antarctica. Just because people can travel to these isolated little research areas doesn't prove anything. They're not able to travel from point to point once they get there. And all of the mariners who have ever tried to circumnavigate the far south latitudes have never been able to make their way all the way around of it. So this really does lend credence to the notion that the far southern area is of a larger circumference than the northern area. So, in other words, it's not a sphere. Now, you did a good job describing the AE projection and its known flaws. I would mention that the Mercator projection has similar flaws to it, but the AE projection drastically skews the areas that are far around the outside edge. Now, if you're looking at it from the North Pole being in the center, then of course the Antarctic or the outside edge is going to be skewed pretty much infinitely around the outside edge, meaning that the distances that you're using for your alleged flight from Santiago to Sydney, that's not an accurate representation of the distances involved. So I've actually made a video covering this topic. I'll put a card right here so that you can link to that, because that flight is 100% doable on a flat Earth. The Earth has actually been flat forever, so any flights that are doable on a flat Earth. And again, we know this. We know that the Earth is flat because there isn't any curvature, and the damn thing isn't spinning. Basic geometry and physics prove as much. Geometry literally, etymologically translates to measure the Earth. Physics is literally, in its simplest form, the study of bodies in motion. So, if the Earth was a spinning spheroid, basic physics and geometry would prove as much very easily. It would be self-evident. But the simple truth is, the Earth is a plane which has never moved one single inch.
Antarctica is a continent even though its landmass is covered with ice. In the North Pole there are only temporary research stations because there is no landmass and the ice is constantly moving or breaking up.
And the way you present this proves absolutely nothing. However, in reality, there is a huge difference between the Arctic and the Antarctic. Now, of course, the Antarctic is certainly a large landmass, whether it's a sphere or whether we're talking about a flat Earth reality. And the North Pole is different because it's not as there's no great landmass there, and yeah, I agree with you that the ice packs break up during the summer and whatnot. However, in spite of all that, in spite of there not being a permanent landmass in the north and there being a permanent landmass in the south, in the northern Arctic Circle you find all sorts of indigenous wildlife that's pretty much teeming with life. Comparatively to the South Polar region, which hosts pretty much no indigenous life except for your occasional penguin and maybe a sperm whale that's traveled really far south. But other than that, there is no life to be found in the so-called South Arctic Circle. So there is not this bilateral symmetry that would be necessary on a sphere tilted at 23.4 degrees from the vertical axis or 66.6 degrees from the ecliptic. You would necessarily have a perfect bilateral symmetry in both the northern summer and the southern summer in the respective polar circles, and yet you don't see this. The northern summer is much milder. The southern winters in the south are far colder by average and by record, so the south is far colder and far more inhospitable than the north. Even though there is indeed a massive landmass there, you don't see the diversity of life in the south as you do in the north.
Fedor Konyukhov circumnavigated Antarctica in 102 days. If he were doing this on a flat Earth, he would have been travelling at an average of 26.94 knots per hour, which would have smashed the single-hulled speed record by 7 knots per hour and 101.5 days.
I'm really glad that you brought up Fedor Konyukhov, although you sort of did blow right past him. There's the spelling of his name in case you want to look him up. And I did a little bit of research into him. And first of all, he's world record holder for speed yachting in terms of sailing. And so the fact that he may be breaking some world records in terms of extended high rates of speed, that wouldn't be any big surprise seeing how that's his business, right? So I'm just going to read from this article, and it's fairly telling. So quoting from this article, they'll put a link in the description. It's yachtpals.com. Albany, Australia. As Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay reached the base camp after scaling Mount Everest, Hillary famously exclaimed, quote, "We knocked the bastard off," end quote. Fedor Konyukhov and his trusty companion, trading network Ali Perusa, have today conquered the, quote, Everest of ocean racing, has also, quote, knocked the bastard off, end quote, only this time it's the Antarctica Cup racetrack that has been conquered. Now, I am, this is end quote for a second here, I am familiar with the Antarctica Cup, and what I know for a fact is that this so-called circumnavigation of Antarctica is held at an average of around 60 degrees south latitude, and mainly adheres to the 40 and 50 degree south latitudes, only straying to, the 60 degree latitudes when necessary. Okay, so the claim that the Antarctic yacht race is circumnavigating the Antarctic is a bold-faced lie. So they're not circumnavigating the Antarctic, and it actually confirms as much in between the lines in this very article. So we'll continue reading, going back to the quote, "Congratulations, Fedor, on a remarkable achievement as the first person to traverse the South Atlantic Ocean below 45 degrees south." Now, keep in mind, the South Arctic Circle begins at around 66 degrees south. And of course, the polar areas are alleged to be 90 degrees south. So the 45 degrees south latitude would be exactly halfway from the equator to the South Pole. Wouldn't exactly call that South Polar circumnavigation, to be very frank. And back to the quote. Elapsed time to complete the Antarctica Cup racetrack, 102 days, 0 hours, 56 minutes, and 50 seconds. Official finish time, 10:56:50 WST, 26:56:50 UTC on the 7th of May of 2008, or May 8th, 2007, I believe, sorry. Image below taken a few minutes after Fedor crossed the finish line. Antarctica Cup. Now, I'll just mention really quickly that the 45-degree south latitude is only halfway from the equator to the 90-degree south latitude. So it is nowhere near the South Pole, and it isn't even in the Antarctic Circle. Russian solo circumnavigator Fedor Konyukhov returned to Albany, Western Australia, throwing down the gauntlet to yachtsmen around the world to break his 102-day record round the Antarctica Cup racetrack, which again, that racetrack adheres mainly to the 40 and 50-degree latitudes and rarely gets into the 60-degree latitudes. For the bearded 56-year-old sailor, this was his fourth solo circumnavigation. Will it be his last? Fedor was asked, quote, having spent 95 days in the roaring 40 and furious 50 latitudes, I'm not planning to go back in the near future. Now, what this says here, if you read between the lines, is that he says he spent 95 days in the roaring 40 and furious 50, but he doesn't necessarily say how much of that 95 days was spent in the 40-degree latitudes and how much was spent in the 50-degree latitudes. Because remember, the Antarctica Cup typically sticks to around the 45 and 50-degree south latitudes, very rarely going into the 60-degree latitudes, and this is indeed confirmed by this article and his record. But for him to spend, a good portion of his trek, more than likely in the 40 and 50-degree latitudes, even by his own admission, he spent most of his time in the 40 and 50-degree south latitudes, and maybe spent a few days below 60 degrees south, even according to him. So he only dipped into the Arctic Circle for a few days, according to his own admission. And then, of course, he would have gone back towards the north, because we know full well that it's a flat Earth with the north in the center, and so the further you stray south, the larger that circumference is going to be. But I submit that not only is it difficult to find a course plot of his, I was actually unable to find a course plot of this alleged South Polar circumnavigation, but the only way that he could have possibly done it in 102 days, it is certainly possible on the flat stationary Earth. That's exactly how they pull off the whole misnomer of the Antarctica Cup. I'm sorry, but going on an average of 45 or 50 degrees south and maybe possibly straying near the 60 degrees south latitude, not even approaching the South Arctic Circle, which is at 66 degrees south, is not circumnavigating the Antarctic. It's merely circumnavigating the world in an east to west fashion and adhering to the north as much as possible, setting records by having, faster, better ships. Maybe the winds were favorable for his, for his journey, but the fact that a, yacht racer is able to go fast in his yacht for sustained durations by himself, no less, is, it's an amazing feat, but it's certainly not something that you should just blow past. And that was pretty slick of you, but if you actually do your research into the Antarctica Cup, which again averages in the 40s or 50 degrees south and sometimes reaches the 60 degrees south latitude at points, but does not even approach the Arctic Circle, especially seeing how the whole point of this guy's article and his world record is the fact that he allegedly circumnavigated the 45 degrees south latitude, which, isn't even near the Arctic Circle. Or Antarctic Circle, rather. And then look at what this guy did, and his own quote says that he spent 95 days in the roaring 40 and furious 50 latitudes. So I'm willing to wager that he spent the majority of his time as close as possible to the 40-ish degree latitudes, only straying south of the 40-ish degree latitudes when absolutely necessary, just as they always do in the Antarctica Cup. So there you have that.
The first overland crossing of Antarctica was completed by Vivian Fuchs' team in 1958. According to flat earthers, this would be impossible.
Okay, so I did a little bit of research into Vivian Fuchs' alleged trek across Antarctica, and it wasn't exactly as cut and dried as him and his team going, allegedly across that continent. There were other teams involved. They had airplanes, they had scouted out bases, and if you look at the timeline, which I'm not going to get into in this video, but if you look at the timeline and the places that they allegedly went, it's sort of convoluted and hard to pinpoint exactly, what route they took across the Antarctic or find a map of their route. And, to be very honest, since Operation High Jump in the 1940s, we have this allegedly massive hoax come into play, which is NASA, who are literally faking space and faking trips to the moon and faking, unmanned vehicles going to Jupiter in the 70s. Do you really think that they wouldn't fake at least one South Polar circumnavigation in order to, have this talking point that you're pointing to? The fact is that people, circumnavigate the northern area all the time. It's in 2014, a man named Eric Larson went across the so-called North Polar region in just 50 days. So the fact that it took them about 100 days to go across the South Polar region is sort of a testament to the fact that it is a completely different region, and I find it entirely possible that they may have merely crossed over some type of a peninsula of the Antarctic that's a couple thousand miles long, and they did not actually circumnavigate, the South Polar region. Again, we know this is impossible because the Earth is flat. The AE projection is obviously has its flaws, and so we can't necessarily go by that. So there's definitely some trickery afoot here, but the simple fact that the Earth doesn't have any curvature proves that it isn't a sphere. The fact that somebody may or may not have gone across the Antarctic in a few hundred days does not prove curvature of the Earth or axial rotation of the Earth either.
There are currently 45 companies that are members of the International Association of Antarctica Tourist Operations, including ships, flights, and land-based operations. During the 2007-2008 season, there were 46,265 visitors. None of these companies claim Antarctica is the end of the Earth.
Well, of course, none of those companies claim that the Antarctic is the end of the Earth. Most of the people in this world, more than 99% of them probably, believe the Earth is a sphere with Antarctica situated on the bottom of that sphere. That goes for pilots, ship captains, and especially those in the tourist industry. Now, I have seen pretty good evidence that all of those 45 companies, if not the vast majority of them, are owned by a single corporation. And you claimed that 40 some odd thousand people visit Antarctica every year. That's perfectly doable on a flat Earth. They're taken on guided tours again from selected selected departure points to specific destinations. And once they reach their destinations in the Antarctic, if they go to the different research stations, they are not allowed to travel, away from those research stations. And, you could argue it's for their safety because Antarctica is indeed extremely inhospitable even in the summertime. But the truth of the matter is there are certain treaties in place, specifically the Antarctic Treaty, which dictate that the Antarctic is supposed to be reserved strictly for scientific research. You're not allowed to bring or store excess fuel past the 60 degrees south latitude. without the green light from, the governments of the world who are proud members of the Antarctic Treaty, it is illegal to do any free roaming geodetic surveying of the far south. And so the fact that private companies take people on guided tours of, small, very insignificant portions of the Antarctic is a testament to the fact that there's something going on here. The fact that the Antarctica Cup race sticks mainly to the 45 and 50 degree south latitudes proves that they are not circumnavigating the entirety of the Antarctic. And so you have merely circumstantial evidence supporting the idea that Antarctica is situated on the bottom of a sphere, and yet you have not touched curvature, which is the numero uno, the big kahuna proof in terms of the Earth not being a sphere. So hopefully we'll get to that proof shortly.
Antarctica has a 6-month day and a 6-month night each year, as does the North Pole. This would be impossible on a flat Earth. Many webcams are set up in Antarctica, where one can see pictures taken every 15 seconds to an hour, and which show the 24-hour day or 24-hour night.
Science is a liar sometimes.
Oh boy.
So again, I've sped up this camera footage just a little bit to get you some more views of these time-lapse footages, but it's all much of the same. You'll see shadows going halfway around and then resetting. You can watch the time in every single video to see that never is a whole day played. Sometimes it actually appears that the shadow comes very close to doing some sort of a 360-degree turn, but regardless, you can look at the time and see that at minimum, 8 to 10 hours is cut out of every video. So how could the shadow even be coming close to doing a 360 if you're cutting out a third or more of the day? Again, this is good evidence here. If you watch the purple flag start out very long, then it gets short as it goes in front of you, and then becomes long as it resets and starts over. So as I said, even if you watch that little igloo on the left, it may look really close to a 360-degree turn, but by looking at the time, 10 hours are cut out of that day. That just tells me that these have been edited. So, these are not accurate portrayals of reality. Again, the biggest and most obvious point here is that if it was a globe that we live on, then what they are trying to show us would be 1, easy, 2, occurred daily, and 3, plainly evident. And it is none of those. It looks like they're trying to cut it up. It looks like they're trying to portray something that isn't actually happening. And it looks like they're trying to fool us.
Hello, Jaron of Jeranism. Well, I wanted to address the flat earthers harping on and on about no time-lapse footage of the 24-hour Antarctic midnight sun. Well, I can assure you, as a southern hemisphere scientist, a very seasoned one, the midnight sun does occur. I've seen it with my own eyes. And yes, there should be hundreds of these videos out there, but keep in mind, we are very busy down here doing science. So I will humor you. I brought a team down, courtesy of NASA, and they brought a high-tech panoramic 360 time-lapse camera, whole rig, very nice system. And they were able to capture the midnight sun. Here it is. As you can see, Jaron, we really do have a 24-hour midnight sun down here in the southern hemisphere. Keep in mind that humble pie is best served with a warm cup of hot chocolate. I do expect a full apology. Shit! Son of a bitch. Damn it, Brian.
There are 3 poles in Antarctica, a geographic pole, a magnetic pole, and a ceremonial pole. The fact that lines of longitude converge on the geographic pole proves the Earth is a globe.
No, no, no. The fact that lines of longitude or meridian lines converge on the geographic pole is proof that people assume the Earth is a sphere, you twit.
Similarly to Antarctica, southern cities of the world have longer days during the December or summer solstice. Ushuaia, Argentina, 17 hours 19 minutes. Cape Town, South Africa, 14 hours 25 minutes. Hobart, Australia, 15 hours 21 minutes. Invercargill, New Zealand, 15 hours 48 minutes. This would be impossible on a flat Earth.
No, it would not be impossible on a flat Earth because we obviously see this data in real life, and the Earth is flat. Again, until you can prove overall curvature of the Earth, then you have no standing in claiming that it is a sphere. And with the empirical mountains of evidence showing the complete lack of inverse square curvature necessary to result in an overall sphere, then the burden of proof is on you to first prove sphericity before making claims that certain things are impossible on a flat Earth. Now, the little diagram or animation that you use to depict the flat Earth quote-unquote model with the local sun acting as sort of a spotlight above the Earth is a misrepresentation of reality. For one thing, we've already addressed the fact that the AE projection, or the azimuthal equidistant projection, is an inaccurate representation of the face of the Earth, so there's problems with that for starters. And you also are not including the atmosphere or the Earth's electromagnetic field when showing how the sunlight behaves as it passes pretty much straight down like a spotlight onto the area beneath it. This just isn't how sunlight works. The sun is, whatever it is an omnidirectional light that actually sort of excites the atmosphere as it passes through it and scatters in all directions. That's why, even though the sun may be a local object, the way that sunlight affects our atmosphere causes an exponential spreading or scattering of the sunlight, and this is self-evident. So you can't really use an AE projection and completely remove the atmosphere from the equation and completely remove the natural electromagnetic field of the Earth, which would be represented as sort of an upside-down bundt cake with its center in the north. It's common knowledge that magnetic fields will absolutely have an effect on light waves, as light waves are indeed electromagnetic waves. They're merely in the visible spectrum wavelengths, or visible spectrum frequencies. And so electromagnetic field of the Earth is a very important piece to this puzzle that is omitted from most models. Okay, so the fact that you say that prolonged days in the summertime would be impossible on a flat Earth just goes to show that you haven't studied the model, and we do need further inquiry into this. And there are some scientists like Dr. Zach who are doing an excellent job of modeling the flat Earth with the idea of atmosphere behaving as a medium through which light propagates through and scatters through and is visible for far longer distances than were there no atmosphere or were the Earth a vacuum.
The shadow on a sundial will go clockwise in the northern hemisphere, but counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere.
This is an observation that would occur in both models. Whether the Earth is a sphere or a plane, sundials would behave in exactly this manner. It is proof of neither.
The sun rotates clockwise in the northern hemisphere, but counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Now, of course, those images you rolled of the sun rotating were courtesy of NASA, since nobody on the ground with normal telescopes can see that amount of rotation of the sun. Now, I'm not sure that I follow your logic where you claim that the sun rotates one direction in one hemisphere and the opposite direction in the other hemisphere, therefore the Earth is a spinning globe. This doesn't prove curvature or axial rotation of the Earth. See, one of the biggest things that globbers failed to realize is that the sun and the moon and the stars and the celestial objects simply are not the Earth. And so any attributes to those bodies doesn't necessarily prove anything about the world itself. Now, we do know that the atmosphere itself is well, more or less a liquid medium. On the macroscopic levels, gases behave as a liquid. And when you begin to understand that liquids can cause ocular images to distort and invert, this really isn't proof of anything other than our total misunderstanding of what the sun is and our lack of scientific study into the true flat Earth reality. We just assume that since the sun maybe or maybe not appears to rotate in opposite directions according to your hemisphere, therefore the Earth must be a spinning sphere, and this observation must be exclusive to the Earth being a spinning sphere. It really is non sequitur, non-logical, and the very same sort of thing can be achieved in a flat Earth scenario, especially when you realize that we are all covered by subjective hemispheres of atmosphere or atmosplane, which can heavily distort or create ocular distortions in the way that we view heavenly bodies.
Star trails appear to rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere, but counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
I shot this right off of my porch in Denver. And I would say I was pointed about 40 degrees, and I was looking almost directly south.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but sort of off to the top right of the screen would be towards the northern Polaris, and down towards the left is sort of going further and further south.
Right, going further and further. Down at the bottom, you go further and further to the south, and then as you go up, that would be almost directly overhead.
Okay, so this is really interesting to me. You can clearly see what appears to be a whole nother circuit of stars, if you will, towards the bottom left of the screen. And I think that that's very much indicative of this sort of, I guess you could say, atmospheric dome of essentially, air or atmosphere acts as a liquid on the macroscopic level. And so it causes ocular distortions in the starlight. And I think you've really well captured that. You're obviously not near the equator, and you're getting this, it almost appears as if the stars are rotating in counter directions from the central north. Now, we know that's absolutely not the case, but from your vantage point, that's what, this sort of atmospheric distortion or refringence is causing, it appears to me. And of course has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. It has to do with how light waves behave when traveling through different media, such as gases and electromagnetic fields.
The shadow of the moon waxes and wanes from right to left in the northern hemisphere, but from left to right in the southern hemisphere. A solar eclipse occurs only over a certain location on Earth, not the whole Earth, because the Sun is much bigger than the Moon. According to the Flat Earth theory, an eclipse should darken the whole Earth.
That is either an outright lie or an outright misunderstanding of the Flat Earth model. In the heliocentric, conventionally accepted globe Earth model, the Sun is massive, it's like, 1 million miles in diameter. The moon is smaller than the Earth, yet much closer than the Sun, and so the phenomenon of total or annular solar eclipses in the globe Earth model is the one that really doesn't make any sense, because you should have a massive area blotted out by the shadow of the moon. However, you can research this for yourself. The area that's blotted out or in shadow of the eclipse is indicated by an eclipse signature, which is a very small portion of the Earth. As the eclipse, reaches its totality, it will cast sort of a signature across the Earth. Now, one of my friends and colleagues, who's a civil engineer for many, many years, did an exhaustive study into eclipses comparatively in the flat Earth and the globe Earth models, hypotheses, and found categorically that these eclipse signatures are exclusive to a flat Earth and are indeed incompatible with a globe Earth. Now, I will direct you or urge you to check out the Facebook page. It's called the $5,000 NASA Eclipse Challenge, where if you can debunk this real data and prove that the Earth is a sphere, or that such eclipse signatures are possible on a spherical Earth, then you can win 5,000 easy bucks if you're so sure about yourself. But the fact is that according to the heliocentric model, eclipses, whether it's lunar or solar eclipses, should be a perfect alignment of the Sun, Earth, and Moon along the ecliptic plane. And what this means is that eclipses should be strictly tropical events, equatorial events or tropical events at best. Yet throughout history, we can see many examples of eclipse signatures which traverse the polar regions, which again is categorically impossible in the spherical Earth model, given that the alignment of these three heavenly objects, the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon, should be dead on balls aligned to the ecliptic, which is the condition necessary for eclipses. Now, in reality, the Sun and Moon are much smaller and much closer than what we've been told in terms of the heliocentric model. And so what this means is the fact that eclipses cast relatively small shadows or relatively small eclipse signatures across the Earth is 100% compatible and makes perfect sense in a flat Earth scenario, when in fact it makes absolutely no sense in a heliocentric scenario. Remember, one of the tenets of the heliocentric premise is that sunlight is all coming in at more or less parallel angles directly to the Earth, and it is the curvature of the Earth that causes the appearance of convergent sun rays. That's how they get the alleged distance to the Sun is 93 million miles, is by using spherical trigonometry based on observations of shadows at high noon at multiple points along the same meridian line. Now, not to get too far off into the weeds on this, the heliocentric claim that sunlight is all coming in at parallel lines is debunked by their very model of lunar eclipses itself. If you look at any scientifically accepted diagram of eclipses, you'll see they call it the umbra and penumbra effect, where essentially the sunlight is converging with itself at some distance between the Sun and the Earth, and then diverging from that point in order to create yet another convergence, which causes lunar eclipses. Now, again, this debunks the claim that sunlight is coming in at parallel angles and is a necessary thing for the heliocentric model, because remember, the Moon is allegedly aligned pretty well to the ecliptic, a mere 5-degree divergence from the ecliptic, which is not by much. So what this means is that if shadows were to behave as shadows always do, which is to say they never get smaller as distance is gained from the obstruction causing the shadow, but in fact the shadow of an object will always be at least the size of the obstruction, if not larger than the obstruction. And so what this boils down to is that during every full moon phase, the Earth should technically be blotting out the light from the Sun, according to an observer on the Moon. So, in other words, we should have extremely frequent lunar eclipses because the conditions involved would be so easily met by the heliocentric model itself. The full moon should be directly behind the Earth from the Sun. and yet over a 100-year period of time we see pretty much the exact same number of solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, which is extremely damning evidence against the heliocentric model. The conditions necessary for even a total or an annular solar eclipse would be extremely unlikely just due to the model itself and the conditions necessary to create such an eclipse. However, in terms of a lunar eclipse, those conditions should be extremely likely to meet, and in fact we should have total lunar eclipses nearly every month, if not every single month, just based on the heliocentric model itself. The fact that we can see roughly an equivalent number of solar and lunar eclipses over a 100-year period of time conclusively proves that the heliocentric model doesn't adequately describe reality yet again.
An annular eclipse makes the moon appear smaller than the sun, whereas a total solar eclipse makes the moon appear the same size as the sun. Flat earthers have no explanation for this, since they claim both the sun and the moon are the same size and the same distance from Earth.
Oh, really? And pray tell, which flat earthers are claiming that the sun and the moon are the same size and distance from the Earth? Most genuine flat earthers will not claim to know what the sun is or how far it is, nor what the moon is or how far it is. Now, we can make estimations using the same Euclidean geometry that ancient globeheads used to estimate the size of the Earth and the distance and size to the sun. But in reality, an honest flat earther will tell you that we really don't have any clue as to what the sun and the moon are, and any estimated sizes and distances are mere speculation. There are too many variables involved between our eye and the celestial bodies to really conclusively say what the sizes and distances are. However, the fact that the sun and the moon sometimes appear, like during an annular eclipse, the moon appears to be slightly smaller than the sun. During a total solar eclipse, the moon appears to be about the same size as the sun, which, it doesn't prove heliocentrism, nor does it prove a flat Earth model. It just means that the relative distances between, your eye, the sun, and the moon are not always going to be the same. So there are some variables involved, and this can go either way. Again, it isn't exclusive proof to either, and I'm still sort of waiting for the evidence that you have for overall curvature to the Earth, because I will remind you again that in order for the Earth to be a sphere, it must have overall curvature approximately 8 inches per mile squared, especially over standing bodies of water, which cannot be measured no matter how hard you try. And it should be very easy to measure. So again, dealing strictly with geometry, measuring the Earth, and physics, the study of bodies in motion, it should be very easy for you to prove a spinning spherical Earth, and yet you're just sort of half-ass poking holes in flat Earth arguments. Many of these can fit to work in either model. So you really don't have anything so far, and you certainly haven't proved curvature or axial rotation in the slightest. Haven't even attempted to do so, which is a long-running theme in so-called flat Earth debunking videos. Are you afraid to show evidence for curvature? Are you afraid to show evidence for axial rotation? I submit that you must be, because there is no curvature nor axial rotation.
A selenalion is where an eclipse occurs with both the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. Some flat earthers use this example in an attempt to debunk the globe Earth. However, a selenalion simply occurs when the straight line between the sun, earth and moon, called a syzygy, happens when the sun is rising and the moon is setting. Due to atmospheric refraction, both the sun and moon are visible during such an eclipse.
This is the most absurd abandonment of common sense, and I love the little diagram that's used to show how a selenalion is possible on a spherical Earth model. That's absolute nonsense. Again, the sun, earth, and moon must be aligned to the ecliptic, or aligned to a single plane, in order to achieve any sort of eclipse. And for you to claim that an observer, in this example, on top of the world, having a line of sight towards both the sun and the moon due to atmospheric refraction is absurd, because you must remember that an observer, even one on top of the world on a spherical Earth, would have a ground horizon of about 3.5 miles. Obviously, an observer cannot see through the Earth to catch a glimpse of the sun, nor can he or she see through the Earth to catch a glimpse of the moon simultaneously during an event when the sun and moon should be aligned to the ecliptic. So this is a cop-out. The selenelion phenomenon is yet another one of these absurd theories to lend credence to a heliocentric hypothesis, but the point stands that the fact that throughout history many people have observed the sun and the moon in the same sky during a total lunar eclipse completely debunks the notion that it is the Earth casting a shadow upon the moon during such eclipses.
If a person were at the equator, according to the flat Earth map, the sun would always rise and set northeast and northwest of the observer.
Again, this is a claim based on ignorance of reality. We cannot consider the sun to be a single directional spotlight in a vacuum, but instead the sun is an omnidirectional light within the matrix of the atmosphere, which creates sort of a subjective rendering or a subjective instance of the phenomenon of the apparent sun for an observer separated from another observer by hundreds of miles. So, in other words, the sunrise and sunset phenomenon is a subjective experience based on your latitude, longitude, atmospheric conditions, the barometric pressure, the temperature of the air. All of these factors are going to come into play when observing the sunrise and the sunset. Now, of course, you have the issue of perspective, where if the sun is on a plane far removed from our plane of existence, then as it passes directly overhead, it's going to appear to get higher and higher in the sky. As it passes away from you, as in setting, it's going to appear to get lower and lower in the sky, just based on the natural laws of perspective and how our eyes work, which our eyes happen to be convex lenses. And of course, you have this convex lens or hemisphere of air or atmos plane above and around each and every observer, causing ocular distortions in the apparent sun. So, with that being said, observations of the sun's apparent direction of rising and setting is certainly not favorable to either model. The flat Earth model certainly works with sunrise and sunset given the laws of perspective and the idea that not only are our eyes convex lenses, but we're also all encompassed by subjective convex lenses comprised of atmosphere. Now I'm going to roll a quick clip from the content creator P-Brain. I'll put a link in the description that does a really good job of explaining the perspective action of the sun as it rises and sets. So enjoy this quick clip from P-Brain. Is this a sun that's maintaining a 93 million mile away distance, or is it close and getting closer to the camera? Looks like it's coming at you, doesn't it?
Okay, here's a little illustrator or a little cartoon from a website called timeanddate.com. It's really funny that they would have a perfect illustration of a sun rising and setting on a flat Earth due to perspective. You'll notice that it rises from below the horizon and sets below the horizon. Now you might be saying, well, how's that possible? I can see now you're saying that it rises and lowers due to perspective, but how does it disappear below the horizon? Well, I got a theory about that. Because of the fact that all parallel lines and planes converge at your eye level horizon, this is according to the perspective, I'm not making this up. If in fact, and they do, they converge at your eye level horizon visually, then it makes sense that after that point, they diverge, meaning they then separate, so the sun would continue on a downward track. As you can see from my illustration here, the lines would go to your horizon, and then afterwards they would spread out and separate, kind of like a starburst, and the starburst being at your horizon, at your focal point.
However, in real life, the sun will rise and set southeast and southwest during winter. An analemma shows the change in a sun's position throughout the year. An analemma will also appear the other way up, depending on which hemisphere one views it from. Flat earthers have no explanation for analemmas.
That is absolutely not true, and the observation of the analemma works perfectly on the flat Earth, period.
Flat earthers claim the sun acts as a spotlight, for which they have no evidence.
No, you claim that the flat earthers claim the Earth is a spotlight, for which you have no evidence. It's obvious that the sun does not behave as a spotlight. Again, it is an omnidirectional light which sort of excites the atmosphere and scatters throughout the atmosphere, causing the air surrounding us to become blue, opaque, and reflective. This is unique to sunlight, as you may have noticed that moonlight nor starlight causes the atmosphere to glow bright blue, sort of like a sapphire, and become reflective and opaque, as does the sunlight.
The fact that half of the Earth is always lit and the other half is dark proves that the flat Earth model is impossible.
But only if you assume that the Earth exists in a vacuum and there's no atmosphere or electromagnetic fields that allow for sunlight to scatter and diffuse and sort of spread out or propagate through vast distances, whereas in a vacuum, it would sort of behave as a spotlight. But nobody in their right mind, yes, not even flat earthers, claim that the Earth is housed in a vacuum. We are all very familiar with atmosphere and how that affects light, especially sunlight, which is affected uniquely.
Many flat earthers deny the existence of satellites. Iridium flares occur when a satellite reflects sunlight very brightly, proving the existence of satellites.
So you're claiming that flashes of light in the night sky prove the existence of satellites. I would beg to differ. In fact, all throughout ancient cultures, long before the 1950s, when satellites were alleged to have been launched and orbiting the Earth, people documented and painted portraits of flashes of lights in the sky. I'll also mention that if you try to find a real image of a satellite in space, you will never find anything except for CGI composites, artist renderings, or, let's call it what it is, fake images of satellites. And so this whole notion that we need satellites for global communications and GPS tracking and cell phones and whatnot is just completely misguided. Again, Nikola Tesla developed the technologies capable to support all of these things and then some, using ground-based systems, using Tesla towers, and possibly using geostationary weather balloons as signal amplifiers or signal repeaters, completely nullifying the need for something like a satellite hundreds or thousands of miles away, which would be practically useless. And even if you could achieve such things, it would be so expensive, it would make tons more sense to simply use weather balloons, which is indeed what they're doing. You personally have never seen a satellite with your own eyes. You've never been aboard the ISS, and yet you call flat earthers crazy for claiming that satellites don't exist. However, I would submit that you are gullible for believing that satellites do exist. According to NASA and other space agencies, there should technically be thousands of satellites orbiting the spherical Earth, and yet you can't find any real images of them. The flashes in the night sky could be caused by any number of things that are not satellites. If you can comprehend the idea of the cycle of water as it evaporates, condenses, and precipitates, a similar thing is possible to occur with lower density gases such as hydrogen or helium. And perhaps when we see things like, quote unquote, shooting stars or these flashes of lights in the night sky, we could be looking at, sort of a precipitation or a hail of super light gases such as helium or hydrogen. Such a thing is completely possible, and the fact that you may sometimes see flashes of light in the night sky do not prove that there are man-made satellites orbiting the spherical Earth. Your idea of proving a thing is limited to making an observation, assuming that observation is exclusive to a spherical Earth with satellites, and calling that proof, when in fact all it proves is your confirmation bias and unwillingness to humor the truth as a viable hypothesis, which is exactly the opposite of the scientific method. However, it is very common among globbers, and in fact the primary driving force behind the globe Earth clingers. And by the way, nobody is denying the fact that humans are capable of very high altitude flight. And I will quickly mention that low Earth orbit and high altitude flight are, well, pretty much exactly the same thing, although low Earth orbit is claimed to be, above a certain altitude, while high altitude flight is claimed to be below a certain altitude. But in terms of the physical process going on with airplanes flying above the Earth and alleged satellites flying above the Earth, such as the ISS, there really is no difference between low Earth orbit and high altitude flight, other than claims made by NASA and other government space agencies that they are, hundreds of miles in altitude, and in the case of some satellites, thousands of miles in altitude. But even NASA themselves admit, according to the Orion program that's currently being undertaken by NASA, which the sole purpose of the Orion program is to figure out a way to get humans and sensitive equipment through the dangerous radioactive barrier of the Earth that exists around 350 miles in altitude.
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation.
But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation.
Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. For this flight, it's time to head home.
Barrier of the Earth that exists around 350 miles in altitude in the lower magnetosphere, where again in 2015 undergraduate student astrophysicist Cleo Loy imaged ionized plasma tubes in the lower magnetosphere. So the claim made by NASA and other space agencies that they have satellites in orbit, thousands of miles above the face of the Earth, communicating signals back and forth, is indeed preposterous and impossible. However, it is also unnecessary, and the fact that NASA claims to this day that they are unable to send people and equipment past around 350 degrees in altitude is a testament to the fact that your idea of satellites simply do not exist. They are a figment of the collective imagination, pushed through the mainstream narratives in order to manipulate people's mind and ultimately force us to pay out the ass for technologies that are freely generated by the Earth itself and manipulated by large corporations in such a way so as to charge us exorbitant amounts of money for technologies that Nikola Tesla wanted to roll out to the general public in the world for free. So the fact that there may be man-made objects high up in the sky flying around causing reflections doesn't mean that they're orbiting a spherical Earth whatsoever.
The Russian Electro-L satellites have taken many non-composite photos of the Earth.
Computer-generated animations and trick photography pushed forth by the Russians doesn't make it any more or less real than forgeries pushed forth by NASA. This is one of the biggest revelations of Flat Earth in terms of realizing that the world powers are operating under the well-known premise and cliche that the world is a stage. They even call it the theater of war. But when you realize that the so-called Cold War was a publicity stunt, a Hegelian dialectic that was used to bolster domestic support for United States and Russian space programs, respectively, it worked like a charm. You had the good old Sputnik satellite hoax, which put Americans into a state of panic, and it essentially created the synthesis which the powers that ought not be desired. So in creating a panic mode by this alleged Sputnik satellite occurrence, the American people demanded essentially a space race, which was exactly what the powers that ought not be wanted. Now remember, all of this occurred, including the inception of NASA with its Nazi origins, all of this occurred within a decade after Admiral Richard Byrd's trek to the South Polar area, where he is quoted as saying that he found a continental landmass larger than America south of the South Pole. He also claimed that there were all sorts of minerals and energy sources that would be extremely attractive to world governments and corporations, and he suspected that the South Pole would become an extremely busy area in future generations. However, what we got instead was the Antarctic Treaty, which essentially prevented governments and corporations from meddling around down in the Antarctic. So what this boils down to, and by the way, the Russians and the United States and all of these world powers, many of whom were not exactly on friendly terms, could agree on one thing. In terms of the Antarctic Treaty, they could all agree that Antarctica should be off limits for essentially the general public and for corporate prospecting and for governmental interference, which is the exact opposite of what you'd expect were the Antarctic this continent on the bottom of the globe rich in resources. So, what you have is effectively a cordoning off of the most important portion of evidence of the flat Earth, being the Antarctic Circle. And we've covered this already, but free roaming of the Antarctic is not doable. You can take guided tours to specific points in the Antarctic, but in terms of circumnavigating the far south latitudes, such a thing has never been done, even according to the very Antarctic polar yacht race, which was covered earlier.
Geostationary satellites appear to stay in the one spot above the surface of the Earth. This would be impossible on a flat Earth, for they would simply fall back to Earth.
That is assuming geostationary satellites exist, which they don't, and if there is anything akin to a geostationary satellite, it would be a high-altitude weather balloon, and not some contraption launched off a rocket made by NASA. Any NASA rocket launch that you watch, even one of the recent largest rocket ever launched, which was, I believe, housing the OSIRIS-REx program, clearly start out in a vertical ascent and then begin to angle their trajectory horizontal or parallel with the horizon, and eventually their trajectory goes back down nearly perfectly vertical back towards the sea. Satellites and shuttles are not going into orbit. It is a parlor trick from NASA to steal about $20 billion a year in tax dollars alone. And let's not forget the uber genero CGI images that we get once the rocket allegedly goes beyond sight. What's actually happening is those rockets are landing somewhere off in the ocean where nobody's going to see them, and then you get the trickery and bullshittery of NASA and every other so-called space agency.
Some flat earthers reject the existence of planets. Spectroscopy proves planets are real by showing the kinds of elements that are present on those planets.
Spectroscopy is a science that is only relevant within the Earth's atmosphere under normal conditions. We have no idea really how light behaves in the quote-unquote area known as space, and it's theorized that visible light isn't even transmitted in the visible spectrum through so-called space. The electromagnetic waves, which are invisible to the naked eye, seem to be, again, I've mentioned this already, but they seem to be scattering and diffusing into the visible spectrum by the very atmosphere itself. And so taking light that's coming from the wandering stars, you can call them the planets, but they were long called the wandering stars. Reason being is all of the stars, with the exception of the wandering stars, but all of the stars remain fixed in relative positions and distances to one another. However, the wandering stars make very slow regressions through the night sky over long periods of time, and so that's where you get the name wandering stars. Now, you can call them what you will, you can call them planets, but flat earthers don't claim planets don't exist. Flat earthers know for a fact that the Earth isn't a planet flying around in a vacuum. That's very obvious. You can prove all day long that Jupiter is a sphere flying around in a vacuum, which it may or may not be, but even if you did find conclusive proof of that outside of what NASA claims, because they are obviously not to be trusted about anything whatsoever, just look at the timeline of the Pioneer 10 mission to Jupiter. I did a video covering it, and the very timeline that NASA uses is non sequitur. It makes no sense, and it really shows that they seem to have been making the mission up as they went along, and Pioneer 10 never made it to Jupiter. It was millions of times, actually about 360 million times easier for them to fake Jupiter than it was to travel the 365 million miles through 90 million miles of the asteroid belt, allegedly no less, to reach Jupiter, and then somehow beam back pictures of Jupiter using 1970s technology, when we've already established that radio frequency waves attenuate into the background radiation and into the background noise at relatively short distances, and nowhere in reality can you demonstrate radio frequency waves being transmitted literally hundreds of millions of miles through millions of miles of errant asteroids and meteoroids and interference. That didn't seem to be a problem for the 1972 Pioneer 10 mission, which was an obvious hoax if you actually dig deeply into it. So, the claim that flat earthers don't believe planets exist is a misrepresentation of the truth. Flat earthers know for a fact that NASA isn't to be trusted, and so the planets in the form as purported by NASA are obviously hoaxes. Even the images we get of the sun from NASA are obvious hoaxes, and any light spectroscopy that's done from the ground, you must take into account that the light coming from the wandering stars is passing through many different varying layers of plasma, ionized plasma, electromagnetic fields, different density and temperature atmosphere, different types of materials, different particulates, and to call that a science that is somehow proving the makeup of the allegedly 365 million mile minimum Jupiter is just a bit naive and is indeed pseudoscience, because nobody's ever going to fly to Jupiter and take samples to confirm whether or not your theories are correct about its makeup based on spectroscopy. Now, what may happen is NASA may pretend to go to Jupiter, and what will indeed occur if they do this is they will magically find that science was correct, the spectroscopy was correct, and the chemical makeup of Jupiter is in direct alignment alignment with what is theorized by scientists from ground-based observations using Earth-based known properties of visible light, which again is absolute nonsense when you're dealing with celestial lights, which are completely not understood whatsoever, and everything coming from NASA in that regard is necessarily a deception.
Some flat earthers believe that female astronauts perm their hair and are underwater in a tank to fake being in space. However, in this clip, the astronaut is washing her hair, which would destroy her permed hair and proves she is not underwater.
Okay, are you joking right now, or were you being serious? So you're actually claiming that flat earthers claim that interior shots of the ISS, such as the one you showed there, where the woman was clearly not underwater, and clearly her hair was standing straight up because she had combed it that way. Either that or she was just totally hanging upside down with a wall fan blowing on her hair. Hint, hint. You're mixing ideas together, and you're either totally confused or you're just completely misrepresenting the disproofs of NASA intentionally. Now, there are situations where NASA is obviously filming exterior spacewalk shots underwater in a giant pool housing an exact 2-scale replica of the International Space Station. There have been countless instances where astronauts are seen with obviously air bubbles rising up and away from their spacesuits. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen occasionally, and this is caught on live stream and documented by the world. You also have other instances where scuba divers are clearly seen in official NASA spacewalks when there should certainly not be scuba divers in space. Another fun factoid about spacewalks is that enough astronauts have nearly drowned in space that the ingenuitive masters of NASA figured out a way to use part of their existing spacesuits to act as snorkels to prevent the astronauts from drowning in space. Okay, so there is where you get the obvious claim, supported by evidence, that NASA is faking their exterior spacewalks in an underwater tank, and NASA even shows you that they train their astronauts in a tank very much like one that would be used to fake spacewalks, only under different lighting. That's really all that would need to change, and with the advances in CGI, it's really no wonder that an organization with the budget of NASA could potentially fake something like the ISS and spacewalks in a large tank, which is obviously what they're doing. Now, you have two other modes of fakery for the liar-nauts to fake zero gravity. Now, I will quickly mention that the rubbery, bubbly spacesuits that are used in high-pressure underwater environments would simply not suffice in a near-perfect vacuum as alleged during spacewalks, and in fact their spacesuits should expand and then explode as a rule, and yet that's not what occurs. Therefore, they are definitely faking spacewalks. And in fact, the one single time in NASA history where they actually tried to put an astronaut into a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit, he instantly passed out, and the last thing that he remembered was the saliva on his tongue bubbling, and what essentially happened was his blood started to boil due to the lack of barometric pressure. Anyway, back on topic. You have two other modes of fakery for the liar-nauts to fake zero gravity. Now, one way is debated a lot, but it is essentially a well-known technology. Regular airplanes can perform a parabolic maneuver so as to simulate an inertially neutral situation for limited durations. Now, if you can go, anyone can go and pay money to get on what's called the Vomit Comet and experience 45-second to 1-minute periods of seemingly weightlessness due to, again, this parabolic maneuver of the plane. Now, it is theorized that if you can achieve simulated zero gravity for a minute, then with specific technology that is able to maintain higher velocities upon a greater arc, you could potentially have long-term zero gravity situations using such parabolic maneuvers, which is one theory as to how the Lyernauts are able to freely move about the hull of the ISS. Now, one thing that you'll notice in many instances of interior ISS footage, as the astronauts are talking through their very low gain microphones, is the unmistakable sound of jet engines.
His feet to wedge himself forward somehow, but it doesn't look like it. The floor is smooth. His foot is behind that blue handle that's attached to the floor that he keeps both of his feet under and keeps shuffling back and forth on. He sticks his left hand out and then he just moves forward. He is Superman. That's how Superman moves forward. He sticks out his arm and he flies. The extended mode is much quieter than the full motion mode. In full motion mode, you can actually hear the sound of the jet engines, the engines of the airplane. In every single scene of full motion mode, in every segment of the International Space Station, you can hear this loud sound, the sound of the jet engines. You could argue that it's the air conditioning system. Not even an office air conditioner is that loud. And why is there a loud sound in every segment of the International Space Station? That's because no matter how soundproof you make it, you can't filter out all of the sound of the jet engines. An airplane is just too noisy.
Now, they do try to play it off and try to mitigate this sound as much as possible using different sorts of noise gate technologies and other filters. However, there are interior shots where it's obvious that they are trying to muffle out the sound of jet engines, which is very difficult to do. Okay, the ISS should exist in a vacuum. It should be traveling in its orbit just based on its velocity and gravity alone. There should be no jet propulsion involved with its velocity. Of course, they do claim it has very small jets to make minor course corrections at times, but as a rule, you should not hear what sound exactly like jet engines from interior shots of the International Space Station. And finally, you have a third method which they fake, sort of live stream interviews where they appear to be dangling around on strings, which is one of the oldest tricks in the book in terms of trick photography, and was even on the stage prior to the advent of television and trick photography. But you can use harnesses and very hard to detect strings, which can, they can be erased out using post-production tools fairly easily. And there are several videos that show these astronauts are dangling around on strings and are absolutely not in any sort of super velocity orbit. So the claim that you made that flat earthers believe that astronauts are faking the ISS from within a water tank, and then you sort of set up a straw man example of that and disprove the straw man, is either extremely disingenuous of you, or it proves that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about and you're just sort of meshing together talking points that you don't fully understand. So you really have absolutely nothing here, and indeed NASA has been caught red-handed faking spacewalks in underwater tanks. They've been caught using ostensibly vomit comet style parabolic trajectories to achieve limited periods of an inertially neutral environment. And then of course you have the plain old Peter Pan style harnesses. And all three of these are used to create the illusion of continuity using clever film editing and a gullible public who believes everything NASA says. And I think that I will add that it has become fairly obvious in plenty of examples that I've seen from official NASA videos from interior shots that as they're suspended from harnesses, they like to do flips and things to show you that they're weightless. And indeed, they do use hairspray, but it also appears as if they use CGI props. So they're always playing with something to show you just how zero gravity they are, even though they should supposedly be in 95% gravity at the altitude of about 250 miles where the ISS allegedly exists. So it really shouldn't be much different than a regular airline flight, to be honest. A 200-pound man would weigh 190 pounds, and yet they're able to float around and play with weightless objects according to them. This all falls to pieces when you realize certain things about the moon, which, well, I'll just urge you to watch another one of my videos, which clearly shows that NASA was lying about the alleged 1/6 gravity of objects and people on the moon. But that's an entire another story, and we've still got probably dozens of more of your alleged misguided, sort of retarded proofs that the Earth isn't flat. And by the way, I'm still waiting for the first shred of evidence to show overall curvature of the Earth, even localized curvature of standing bodies of water, and or axial rotation of the Earth exceeding the speed of sound in the tropical areas and even in the United States.
This is for the skeptics. Actual proof that they use wires.
You look like you're in a
Check
studio,
this out.
maybe in Omaha, Nebraska or something. The shot is so clear. Is this a hoax? Are you really in space still?
Yeah, because the air proves that you're in space.
I don't know, we're gonna have to
check
do
this.
something for
Check
you.
the man with a stripy top. Look, he grabs the wire above him. Now check the man on the right. With his right arm, he grabs the wire. Did you see it? Now check in slow motion. The man on the right, look at his right arm. He's grabbing him to stabilize him. Then look at the man behind him with a stripy top on. Now he's looking up and he's grabbing the wire. Look, he's looking for the wire to grab it. Yeah, check that out. He's grabbing the wire there. Look, he's looking up because he sees the wire moving about and he's grabbing it to stabilize it. Look. Now check the man on the right with the USMC t-shirt. Check his arm. Watch this. Check his arm. Look, his arm goes to grab him, look. But he doesn't grab him, he grabs the wire. Look, there's nothing there. But he's grabbing something and it's tugging his trousers up. And then check him on the left. He looks down to see. Look, he's checking it out himself. Yeah? You wanted proof, you've just got proof there. If you don't accept this, then you are just absolutely brainwashed. This is absolute proof that they are using wires on the space station, or the fake space station.
A number of amateur astronomers have taken photos of the International Space Station and geostationary satellites, proving that not all photos of such things are a hoax created by NASA.
I am so very glad that you brought that up, because we'll just take, for example, the ISS, because it is obviously going to be the largest alleged satellite or orbiting body that all of the world's so-called space agencies have in their arsenal. So we'll stick with the ISS, which is also much, much closer than the geostationary satellites, which would be way farther and much smaller than the ISS. But we'll just take the ISS for one example because it would be the largest and closest. And I agree that there are amateur astronomers that have allegedly taken photographs, and indeed you can see the ISS go overhead when it passes, near enough you in its orbit. However, the problem with this is the fact that you can see the ISS. Now remember, the ISS is more or less alleged to be approximately the size of a football field, which is, that's fairly large. But if you can imagine, just hypothetically, do you believe that you could see the entire cross-section of a football field from a mile away? You probably could. It would probably be pretty small. What about from 10 miles away? Do you think you could see the entire cross-section of a football field from 10 miles away? What about 50? What about 100? What about 240 miles, which is about what they claim the ISS resides in terms of altitude? Do you honestly think that even with the best telescope, you could see something the size of a football field from over 200 miles away? I'm here to tell you that a football field size object from 249 miles away would be smaller than a gnat's ass, so to speak. Not to mention the fact that the reflected light waves, which would necessarily be reflected light waves, the ISS obviously doesn't generate its own brilliant light. It has to be reflected sunlight that you're seeing. That light simply cannot travel 250 miles and then hit an essential barrier of ionized plasma, an essential barrier of atmosphere, which is reflective, opaque, and refractive. It wreaks havoc upon radio frequency waves as well as light waves, and the idea that you could possibly see the ISS from that distance is preposterous. Now, I'll go ahead and answer that question and let you know that you absolutely could not see something the size of a football field from over 200 miles away. There are certain laws of our vision, or limits to our vision, that are dictated by the operations of perspective. And what this means is that even very large objects appear visually to decrease in size in proportion with distance. And there's actually an algorithm that you can use to determine an object's vanishing point. So the equation is an object will appear to vanish, or its angular size will become so small as to be undetectable by the eye at a distance greater than 3,000 times its diameter. So if you have, say, a coin that's exactly 1 inch in diameter at your eye level, and you were to have someone else walk away steadily to a distance of 3,000 inches away from you, keeping that coin at approximately your line of sight, that coin will just pass the 3,000 inch mark, or 250 feet away. Beyond that point, your eye is simply not capable of rendering such a small angular size. Now, if you apply this same law of vision, this law of optics, or the operation of perspective, to the ISS itself, we'll even give the ISS the benefit of the doubt and say that it's 100 yards by 100 yards, giving it a diameter of 100 yards. And that's, that's erring on the side of caution. That's giving the ISS the benefit of the doubt. But 100 yards times 3,000 yards equals 300,000 yards. Converting yards to miles, 300,000 yards is approximately 170.5 miles. So that means that the ISS, even giving it the benefit of the doubt and assuming it is much larger than it actually is, should completely disappear from visual capability at under 200 miles. And yet the ISS is claimed to be right at 250 miles. So this means that the fact that amateur astronomers and people can take pictures of the ISS, see it with the naked eye, and even get it in view in a telescope is absolute proof that the ISS is 100% not 250 miles away if it is the given proportions that NASA claims. So what does this mean? Well, it means that NASA has a huge budget, and their budget is dependent on people believing that they're out there exploring space and landing little rovers on Mars, for example, and instead of sending us back actual images and videos from that rover, they give us CGI rendering, CGI composites. Now, the annoying cash register sound that you just heard in the background represented 25 seconds. Now, if you do the math, in just tax dollars alone, NASA earned a whopping $15,854.89 during that 25-second period. And that's just in U.S. tax dollars alone. NASA also gets an untold amount, gobs and gobs of private investments, which are not readily disclosed apparently. But if anyone asks, well, why would NASA fake space? Why would they continue the charade after the Cold War if their goals had been met? Well, they had to continue the space race and space lies, because you can't just stop at the moon. And of course, $15,854.89 every 25 seconds, that ain't bad. That's more than most people make in a year. No thanks to Obamacare's cutting of the idea of full-time employees, because then the corporations who employ them are mandated to give them health insurance or pay a, rather modest fine. Do you remember, I don't know, about 10 years ago or so, the documentary channel did this hour-long special on the Mars rover Curiosity, I want to say. And I was really loving that show. I'll tell you, for about 30 minutes into it, I was just astonished at how wonderful and beautiful Mars was. But then, my eye started telling me, that looks fake. That looks like CGI. And of course, upon closer inspection, you can obviously 100% tell that that entire documentary was nothing but CGI. There weren't any real images or videos in the entire special. And if you watch it right to the end, you will indeed say that they do not even claim that those images are real images and videos. They tell you that it is CGI renderings. So in other words, it's a forgery. Okay, just like everything else NASA does. So the fact that amateur astronomers can see what is said to be the ISS with the naked eye or even with a telescope is excellent proof that the ISS is not a football field-sized object about 250 miles overhead. It couldn't possibly be, otherwise it wouldn't be visible. The angular size of such an object would not be visible to the human eye, or even with the aid of a telescope. This has to do with the vanishing point of an object based on its size and the distance between it and your eye. So, there are some theories going around as to what it is exactly that people are seeing going overhead that is claimed to be the ISS. And one of the best theories that I've heard, I believe, originated from my friend Bob Nodell, one of the Globebusters. It may have originated elsewhere, but that's the first place that I heard the theory, is that they may be retrofitting large spy planes like the U-2 to, sort of look like the ISS, and it really wouldn't be all that difficult, and add some luminaries to the bottom of it so that people can see it. Because, again, the conditions, especially when you consider that any light coming from the ISS should be reflected sunlight, then I really just don't understand how reflected sunlight could be, or sunlight could be hitting the ISS directly through the entire Earth and then bouncing back down towards your eye. I mean, that doesn't really jive well logically, but even at the same time, the light from such a relatively small object at that distance would fizzle out into the background noise. It would attenuate into the background radiation of quote-unquote space, almost 100 miles prior to the point to where it would reach your eye on the ground. So there you have that.
Lighthouses and radio masts and towers are deliberately built high so that their light and radio waves can reach further over the curvature of the Earth.
That's actually untrue. The lighthouses and radio towers are built high because you can get a line of sight above and over any obstructions such as, trees or houses, buildings, hills, mountains. Radio towers and such and lighthouses are built high so that, yes, they can have a longer range. But again, this has to do with the laws of perspective. Were you to, for example, put a lighthouse 3 feet above the ground, even assuming the Earth to be a plane, eventually that 3 feet divergence from the ground from just a few miles away is going to merge with the horizon due to the laws of perspective. Globbers, for some reason, think that building things higher and being able to see further or complete radio shots further distance somehow proves curvature of the Earth, but the same sort of laws apply to a flat Earth. And there's a few reasons why. Again, one of them is perspective, which essentially causes lights or images to merge with the horizon at a certain distance, just based on, ocular perspective. But you also, in terms of radio frequency waves, you have the major obstruction, which has nothing to do with curvature, but it is indeed the high density of the atmosphere plane near the ground. So the higher up in elevation you gain, the lower and lower density the atmosphere becomes. Now, of course, in the troposphere, that gradient isn't all that much, but every little bit helps. And of course, you want to build your radio towers tall so that, a two-story house or a, tall forest full of trees on the flat Earth don't impede your, say, 10-foot tall radio tower. It makes sense to build radio towers tall on a flat Earth. Furthermore, I've spoken with people who were responsible for coordinating long-range, what are called shots, between radio frequency towers. So they're literally setting up line-of-sight radio frequency shots from tower to tower, and they're coming back with results where they can complete line-of-sight shots over 100 miles. Now, you can't claim that they're bouncing these communication signals off of some sort of ionosphere or a satellite. However, that's not how these radio frequency shots work. They rely on a direct line of sight because they're actually sending and receiving data nearly instantly across even up to over 100 miles, and that simply is not possible on a curved Earth. So again, it is not the curvature of the Earth that's the obstruction, it's the density of the atmosphere. And even then, you build your tower tall enough, you can complete shots over 100 miles or even over 50 miles, which would absolutely not be possible assuming the Earth was a sphere. Same thing goes with lighthouses. Lighthouses are often visible far further than they would be if the Earth was a sphere, because you must remember every observer or every lighthouse is technically on top of the sphere according to itself, and therefore every object or every observer from a distance from that lighthouse or from that point would necessarily be upon a lower point on the sphere than the observer.
Radio waves can also be skipped around the world by bouncing them off the ionosphere. On a flat Earth, this would not be necessary, for there would be no curvature of the Earth to prevent line-of-sight transmissions over long distances.
Again, it is not the curvature of the Earth that is the obstruction for radio frequency towers, but it is the density of the atmosphere itself in the lower, troposphere or troposphere area. You just simply cannot, radio frequency waves simply do not propagate forever, which is why you need arrays of cell phone towers and radio frequency towers. Not only do you need it for the fact that radio waves cannot propagate infinitely, but in order for things like so-called GPS or geo-positioning systems, you do need at least 3 towers to triangulate on someone's position. Now, you could also use 2 towers and possibly a high-altitude weather balloon, aka a geostationary satellite that is much, much closer than the tens of thousands of miles as claimed by NASA. But at any rate, it is not the curvature of the Earth that is the hindrance for radio frequency towers. And in fact, again, I've spoken personally with people who were responsible for setting up radio frequency towers and configuring them, being able to get shots of exceeding, I believe, 112 miles. And so that just simply doesn't jive with the idea that the Earth is a sphere, even given the height of the towers. The curvature of the Earth should technically be a exponential curve, or an inverse square curve, which means as distance is gained, the expected vertical descent due to curvature becomes an exponentially increasing factor. So when you're reaching 50, 60, 70 miles, you're talking of drops in terms of vertical descent due to curvature approaching a quarter mile, a half mile, and even miles in expected drop, which simply doesn't exist.
The light from a lighthouse is beamed out horizontally, not downwards towards the horizon. This allows the light from the lighthouse to be seen much further than the distance to the horizon. This is called the loom of the light.
You are absolutely misrepresenting the function of lighthouses. Lighthouses are obviously built level with the ground. Okay, and it is proven time and time again that not only are the lighthouses built level with the ground, but distant ships at sea, even 50, 60, or approaching 100 miles away, are upon the same level as the lighthouse. This is proven quite clearly because the descent due to curvature from such distances is proven time and time again, that were the Earth indeed a sphere with the expected vertical descent due to curvature, dozens and dozens of lighthouses can be pointed to, which should technically be well beneath the horizon line according to said distant ships. And even lighthouses were advertised as such, as being distant from distances, where if you do the spherical geometry or the spherical trigonometry, there's no possible way, even considering the existence of refraction, when you're talking about a quarter mile, from a distance of 50 or 60 miles, you're dealing with like a quarter mile of expected descent due to curvature, and lighthouses simply are not a quarter mile tall. And so what's occurring when you see the sort of glimmering of the lighthouse near the horizon is a rudimentary depiction of the natural operations of perspective upon a plane. And you'll have to go back to Perspective 101 in order to understand this, but it is rather simple. People believe that since objects such as ships or lighthouses appear to disappear bottom first as you regress or move away from them, and this somehow proves curvature of the Earth, the exact same thing would happen upon a plane. This has to do with your line of sight being nearer and upon the same plane, but being nearer to the bottom of the lighthouse or the bottom of the ship at sea compared to the tip top of that object. So the top of the mast in the case of the ship, or the top of the lighthouse in the case of the lighthouse. And so what will happen is and anyone can do this experiment, if you stand near a tall building, say a church steeple or a lighthouse or whatever the case may be, and look at the angle to where you have to, and measured the angle to where you have to look up to see the top of that structure. And you'll notice that it is an extremely steep angle. Now, if you walk 50 paces away from that object and take the same measurement in terms of the angle to which you have to look up to see the top of that building, you'll notice that that angle has decreased considerably and is going to be a much more acute angle, so you're not going to have to look up nearly as high. If you walk another, say, 1,000 paces from that object, you'll notice that the angle of the tip top of that building is relatively the same angle as the horizon. You may only have to look up a few degrees to see the tip top of that building from, 1,200 paces away. Now, when you're dealing with miles away, what happens is the ship or the lighthouse is beyond your visible perspective line, or beyond your visible horizon or vanishing point. Now, the vanishing point is indeed an equidistant circle all around you, and when objects travel beyond that point, if they're anywhere near the ground, they will indeed become invisible, even to a telescope if it's very near to the ground or sea level. Now, when you have objects jutting up from the sea, such as ships, or objects jutting up from cliff tops near the water, such as lighthouses, what's going to happen is that angle, or your line of sight towards the center to bottom portion of that object, is going to have merged with your visible horizon at a much nearer point than the tip tops of those objects. And indeed, you'll notice that the very tip tops of those objects will be at the same angle as your direct line of sight towards the horizon. Now, at certain distances, even upon the plane Earth that has no curvature whatsoever, the very tip tops of those buildings, lighthouses, or ships will indeed create the very same angle as the bottom, simply because of the distances involved, and will appear visually to have completely merged with the horizon, and it does indeed appear as if it has gone around the so-called curve of the Earth. Now, what you'll notice is if you've done this experiment simply with the naked eye, and then bust out a high-powered telescope, invariably the entire hole to the tip top of the vessel will be restored. This is the nature of telescopic vision. You're magnifying the visible light that's reflecting off that ship, which is indeed still upon the same plane, has not gone around a curve, and it is merely the inability of our eyesight to distinguish such very small angular size objects when you're dealing with even very large objects at high distances. And the way that perspective works, and the fact that our, if you're standing 6 feet tall, your visual vanishing point on the ground is about 3.5 miles away, assuming there are no obstructions. So if you're looking out to sea, your visual horizon is going to be about 3.5 miles away. As objects travel beyond that point, they will appear to merge with the horizon bottom first, just simply because of the angular size of the bottom, according to your line of sight, will get smaller or apparently get smaller more rapidly than the tip tops of those objects due to the natural operations of perspective. This is owing to the fact that our eyes are indeed convex lenses. You also have, at those distances, the atmosphere itself becoming sort of reflective, refractive, and even opaque, and so there are some ocular distortions and mirage-like effects at great distances. However, we can clearly see that even at very great distances, objects, buildings, and lighthouses are still indeed upon the same plane as us, and it is merely our vision and the way perspective works when standing, about 6 feet tall from the ground, or even higher. This same experiments can be done from higher than 6 feet, but that's the way that nature works, and the fact that we can often get radio frequency shots that require direct line of sight for near instant relaying back and forth of information, impossible upon a sphere and perfectly possible upon a plane. And regardless of how high you build or how tall you build your lighthouses, 112-mile shots, or really even 60-mile shots, should be impossible, because there should be, you know, a quarter-mile hump in between each of the radio towers. And so there you have that. Another really important key thing to keep in mind, and then we'll get on with it, is the existence of the so-called ham radios, which, you know, for me, being born in the early 80s, when I first heard of the so-called ham radio operators communicating from the United States to Australia, I figured it was probably a myth or a misunderstanding or sort of like, you know, an urban legend. But in fact, this is 100% true. And mind you, this sort of thing was going on long before the advent or the even allegation of satellites. It is sort of funny that satellites were first invented in the realm of science fiction, and of course NASA used the science fiction to create the idea of satellites. But it is important to remember that the US government, and I've rolled clips of this before, I can assure you that if you go through some of my videos, I'll try to put a card to one that covers it. But in the early 50s, even I think it was around 1955 or before, there was a government sort of propaganda documentary. I guess you could call it a propagandary. I don't know, but it was definitely a governmental propaganda piece, and they clearly showed on one of the military bases. Again, this was in the early to mid 1950s, when we weren't even supposed to have the first attempts of satellites until around 1958. And so the fact that US government installations not only had what appeared to be exactly cell phone towers, but they also had what were exactly parabolic, quote-unquote, satellite dishes, which clearly proves that they were using tower-based, ground-based, Nikola Tesla-based technologies since the 40s and definitely since the 50s in order to have or set up the military communications infrastructure. And they certainly didn't want to roll that out to the public, because it is really quite easy to piggyback on the natural electromagnetic fields generated by the Earth. However, they needed to. It was critical that they create all sorts of hype, mystique, and complex science behind the idea of quote-unquote satellite communication. And so it really isn't a big surprise that they left all sort of space exploration in the hands of NASA, which is indeed a government military organization, for the duration of space, you know, quote-unquote space history, right? And nowadays they are sort of pretending to hand space exploration off to private companies such as Virgin and Elon Musk's company SpaceX. But you know, these private space companies are pretty much utter failures. They haven't accomplished anything. They look to Big Daddy NASA for all of their logistical support, technical support, and it is really quite evident that NASA are masters of propaganda and completely have nothing to do with space exploration other than theoretically. And they have certainly convinced people of this incredible claim of space exploration and finding 7 new Earth-sized planets very recently and very conveniently, since Kyrie Irving came out as a globe Earth skeptic. And so, you know, the heat is definitely on the globe Earthers. But back on point, we'll get back to your video.
At 2147, the lookout reports the loom of a flashing light. An estimated position cannot be determined, inasmuch as the distance of a loom of light is most questionable.
The Coriolis effect accounts for why hurricanes go clockwise in the southern hemisphere, but counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
that, my friend, is a theory backed by circumstantial evidence, which has actually been 100% debunked. The theory of the Coriolis effect being causal of counter-rotational cyclonic forces in either hemisphere, either the northern or southern hemisphere, is claimed by globbers to be caused by the Coriolis effect. Now, essentially what the Coriolis effect means is, and I've already sort of covered it in this video, but it means that if you consider a rotational body as a fixed frame of reference, if you are fixed to that rotational body, then you will maintain adherence to said rotational frame of reference so long as you are held fast or secured to that rotating body. Now, the instant, and again, this is even according to some of the fundamental laws of physics or the fundamental laws of bodies in motion, an object in motion will tend to maintain its velocity until enacted upon by some other force. So in the case of the object fixed to a rotational frame of reference, that some other force, which is preventing the object from following in a rectilinear or a straight line path, is indeed the centripetal force caused by being held fast to the rotating body. Because when you're adhering to a rotating body, there is a balance between centrifugal force, which is a constant force or acceleration towards the outside edge or away from the radius of curvature, and that balance is negated or accounted for by at least an equal and opposite centripetal force. Okay, and so this sort of dynamic tension is the only thing that allows for objects to remain fixed to a rotating body as a fixed frame of reference. So if you are to compel any object in any direction away from the constant rotational motion as achieved by being fixed to the rotational body, what you will find is described as the Coriolis effect, or that, an object thrown or forced away from that rotating, constant rotating frame of reference will simply not retain its rotating frame of reference. So a very easy experiment that anyone can do to prove this point is to take a small bit of weight, a weighty item that you can tie a string to, and grab the other end of the string and begin to spin the weight around in circles. Now, this is a demonstration of a rotating body as a fixed frame of reference for the weight. Now, if you were to sever or simply release the string, the centripetal force that was necessary in order to keep that rotating weight from traveling in a direction away from the center of curvature, more or less 90 degrees away from the central axis, depending on the velocity of the spin, the radius of curvature, the force applied when released from the spinning. So there are variables involved, but in rather mild practical conditions, you can practically say that when the weight is released, it will more or less travel 90 degrees away from the center of axis. With that centripetal force severed, the object, the weight, is going to be compelled. It may retain some of its angular momentum. However, it's going to be compelled, as a rule, away from the center of curvature. Now, that is, in a nutshell, the Coriolis effect. Now, it is claimed that the Coriolis effect is the cause of counter-rotational cyclonic forces north or south of the equator. This is a very wild assumption that is backed by pseudoscience and circumstantial evidence. So, since we know for sure that the Earth is stationary, it's not a spinning sphere, which is again proven by the lack of curvature and lack of axial rotation. Since we know that the Earth is a plane, then there must be some other explanation for the counter-rotation of cyclonic forces in either hemisphere. Now, in order for the globe-Earth theory to be correct, the dividing line between the counter-rotation of either hurricanes or the counter-rotation of cyclonic forces in general, that dividing line would strictly need to be at the equator and nowhere else. And in fact, what you'll find in a sort of a flat Earth AE layout is that the sun itself is traveling throughout the year very slowly. So in the northern summer, the sun is apparently making its tightest path above the Tropic of Cancer. Now, as the season changes to spring, the sun will travel slowly further and further south towards the equator for the equinox, and continuing on through the year in towards the southern summer or northern winter, the sun is at its widest trajectory or southernmost pass, which is above the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, I will quickly note that the moon makes the same trajectory, only at a higher frequency, being once a month as opposed to once per year. So as the very local sun travels overhead, what's happening is all of the atmosphere and even the oceans beneath of it are being excited and heated and are expanding omnidirectionally from the time that the sun begins to rise, apparently from that position, coming to, of course, a fever pitch at high noon, and then slowly sort of gradually becoming less and less excited as the sun apparently begins to set and the light from the sun is no longer visible. So the sun essentially perturbs the atmosphere and the waters and the barometric pressure in extremely profound ways. Furthermore, the moon is proven in many experimental, repeatable experimental cases, is proven to be a cooling light. It certainly, without question, is not a heating light as the sun is. That's obvious to anybody. So either the moon is neutral or at least slightly a cooling light, which has the opposite effect on the atmosphere and on the waters of the earth as the sun. So what you'll see occur is the air and water becomes cooler just naturally because the sun is no longer shining upon it, and it also begins to contract and condense, and so you have this constant daily sort of, I guess a good way to put it is inhalation and exhalation of the earth itself on a macroscopic level. You could say that as the sun passes overhead, the earth itself is taking sort of a massive inhale as everything is expanding and heating up. And during the nighttime, and especially during the full moon, when the cooling nature of moonlight is at its peak, then you have sort of an exhale, or the contraction and condensation of, atmosphere and waters and increasing of barometric pressure. And this is a constant cycle. Now, we have different seasons where cyclones are more common, and of course this has everything to do with the relative positions of the sun and the moon. Hurricane season is usually the beginning of June through the end of November. And so we're dealing with June, July, August, September, October, November, December, which you could say are the summer, autumn, and beginning of the winter months. We won't take into account seasonal lag, although that is important to keep in mind. Might as well mention it. Seasonal lag is the documented scientific fact that optical solar summer, so when the sun is measurably at its highest point in the sky, so this should technically be the very peak of summer, are not necessarily the hottest days of the year, and in fact the hottest days of the year trail behind the solar peak summer by about a month, and this goes for all of the other seasons. So even though summer, in terms of the solar sense, has passed into solar fall, for example, summer in terms of heat will be experienced for a full month past the point where the sun has apparently gone into its autumnal phases, if you will. So seasonal lag is it's a documented scientific fact that anyone can look up, so it is sort of important to keep in mind during these dates. However, the beginning of June and the end of November is typically the hurricane season in the northern hemisphere, and that really does make sense. Because especially in a flat earth model, because you have again the sun sort of acting as a hot mixing spoon, if you will, sort of perturbing and exciting the atmosphere out in front of it and causing it to expand out and away from it in all directions, north and south. And what this causes is a counter-rotational tendency for objects or weather's patterns either north or south of the sun's path. And such a thing can easily be illustrated by rowing an R through the water in a canoe. If you get your stroke just right, you'll notice that as that oar passes through the water, it will create counter-rotating cyclones or eddies in the water in the wake of your oar. You can do a similar experiment in a simple bathtub by passing your hand through the water and noticing the same phenomenon. This is a natural phenomenon of fluid dynamics and has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect as the rotation of the Earth, because, well, the Earth isn't rotating, but if that were indeed the cause, then the equator should be the exact never budging dividing line between counter-rotational cyclonic forces. However, what you'll find if you study this in depth is that it is indeed the current path of the sun that dictates where cyclonic forces will split in terms of their direction of rotation. And this makes perfect sense in a flat Earth model and makes absolutely no sense in a globe Earth model. Because, again, if it were indeed the spinning of the Earth causing the counter-rotation of cyclones, then the dividing line should be fixed at the equator, and oftentimes you will see cyclones or hurricanes or typhoons rotating in the opposite direction as they should according to their hemisphere, and this condition is easily explained by the fact that it is not the rotation of the Earth causing such counter-rotation, and it is indeed the path of the sun. So, depending on your position relative to the apparent path of the sun according to the season, will determine in which direction cyclonic forces rotate. This has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect or the spinning of the Earth. And that's what we see time and time again. So, generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you will see this in real life terms. However, it's not as it should necessarily be on a spherical Earth with the equator and the Coriolis effect causing this counter-rotational cyclonic phenomenon.
Long-range shooters must account for the Coriolis effect, otherwise they will miss their target.
That is an outright lie or blatant misunderstanding that is regurgitated throughout the globe Earth proponent community as if it's some sort of a proof for axial rotation. Now, what I will tell you is that I have spoken with a scout sniper from the Marines, and he indeed confirmed that the Coriolis effect may be taken into account for very long-range shots and very long-range shots only, and the Coriolis effect that is dealt with has nothing to do with the axial rotation or spinning of the Earth. It has to do with the axial rotation and spinning of the bullet itself as it traverses through varying layers and densities of atmosphere at such great distances, you know, a half-mile to mile-long shots. You see rifled rounds actually spin at high velocities, making them essentially very high velocity gyroscopes. That's why rifled rounds are far more accurate than their predecessors, which were essentially, you know, originally musket balls, which were extremely inaccurate. Then you had, you know, the sort of conventional bullet-shaped rounds that we're used to, and then the invention of actually rifling the barrel of the gun itself, which essentially means to create spiraled grooves in the barrel, which sets into motion a high-velocity spin of the bullet, which, you know, the gyroscopic action of that causes the bullet to maintain accuracy. It increases the range and the accuracy of the bullet. That's why rifles are much more accurate than you know, predecessor type guns that did not have rifling. Now, for extreme long-range shots, the way that the air through which the bullet is traveling through needs to be accounted for in terms of density, because if that bullet's going to travel, say, through relatively warm, low-density air for the first portion of its journey, and then for, say, several hundred feet it's going to travel through colder air, then the sniper needs to take that into account because of the way that air behaves as the spinning round passes through the air itself. But again, it has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth whatsoever. If you consider, just hypothetically, and it is hard to do, it's very hard to consider hypothetically a spinning spherical Earth, because quite frankly, nobody has ever lived on a spinning spherical Earth. We've always just assumed that we live on a spinning spherical Earth, so all of the observations that we've seen throughout our lives have sort of automatically been forced into this milieu that it must have occurred on a spinning spherical Earth. So when you're talking about a typical long-range shot, not dealing in half-mile or miles, but, you know, say 1,000-foot shot or a couple thousand-foot shot, you've got to be a pretty good sniper with an accurate rifle and a scope powerful and calibrated well enough in order to hit such a distant target. But the Coriolis effect, or the spinning of the Earth, is not taken into account under any circumstances, when in reality, if the Earth was spinning at the velocities given, it absolutely should be. Now, the first thing that would need to be taken into account is the rifleman's latitude, because obviously if you're at the equator, you're going to allegedly be spinning eastward at a higher velocity than someone who's much further north towards, you know, say the northern tip of Maine. So you're going to have, really you're going to have to know your latitude and the exact rate of spin there. Then the next thing you're going to need to do is figure in the direction of your shot, which, you know, obviously a sniper is obviously already going to do that, but you need to figure in the direction of your shot, because depending on that, the Earth spin is going to play a major role if the Earth was actually spinning. So let's just say, hypothetically, you know, you're in Florida, spinning, say, 850 miles an hour east. If you're pointing your rifle towards the north, then technically your target is going to be spinning, well, slightly slower than you are, but still spinning at a very impressive rate indeed, faster than the speed of sound. Now, we've already covered in this the basic laws of motion, that one of them essentially states an object in motion will tend to maintain its velocity until enacted upon by some other force. Now, we can absolutely 100% consider an explosion compressed in the chamber of a rifle some other force. And so when that bullet, that rifled round, is expelled at super high velocities out of the muzzle and towards that moving target, even though it's stationary, it would technically be a moving target, the sniper would have to lead that target towards the east. And again, we're talking about a sniper facing north, because even though, you know, the sniper and the bullet in the gun would technically be traveling eastward with the Earth, the instant that bullet is fired directly north and is no longer attached to the rotating Earth, then it will absolutely not continue rotating around the central axis. That's proven very easily time and time again using very rudimentary experiments, and is the fundamental premise behind the Coriolis effect, which we've covered in great detail. So what a sniper facing north, shooting at, say, a 2,000 foot distant target, not only would he have to lead it towards the east, but he would also have to consider the fact that the bullet is also not going to continue dropping along that parabolic curve eastward with you, since it's no longer attached to the Earth. So the bullet would naturally begin to apparently rise relatively quickly away from the radius, more or less at a 90-degree angle from the radius of curvature, plus the muzzle velocity, so it would be a slope. But this means that the sniper would have to point way beneath the target. But everyone knows about bullet drop. If you're firing at a distant target, you always aim slightly above it, because a bullet will travel upon a trajectory, meaning at a certain distance it's extremely accurate in terms of firing perfectly straight, but then after a certain distance, depending on the muzzle velocity and other factors, that bullet will begin to drop, and so far distance shots must figure this bullet drop into their calculations before firing that shot. However, bullet drop is certainly taken into account, and wind speeds are taken into account, but earth spin, which should be the most violent of the such forces, is not taken into account, even when firing north. Now, if the sniper were firing towards the west, then the target would technically be coming directly towards him, and the bullet would be coming directly towards the target. So bullet drop should technically be way less prevalent when firing west, based on Earth spin physics alone, and in fact bullet drop should be way more prevalent when firing east, because the target should be racing away from the bullet as the bullet races towards the target. So it would technically have a longer distance to travel through the air than a bullet fired upon a stationary plane, or especially compared to a bullet fired west, assuming a spinning spherical Earth, of course, which would be traveling in a direction contrary to that of the allegedly spinning Earth. Therefore, the relative speed between the bullet and the target, again, the bullet traveling west, that relative speed between those two objects would be combined, whereas the bullet fired east and the target racing east along with the Earth, their relative speeds would need to be subtracted to one another, or at least the bullet would need to catch up with the target before hitting it. Now, one thing that I will tell you for 100% certain is that no sniper in the world, even if he's firing a mile or 2 miles or 10 miles, which that doesn't happen anyway, but no sniper in the world has ever calculated for Earth spin ever. It simply is not taken into account. Same thing goes for pilots landing on runways that are situated in all cardinal directions, north to south, east to west. It doesn't matter, because the Earth is stationary. were the Earth actually a spinning sphere, when you're talking about projectiles and airplanes which are not connected to the allegedly rotating body and propelled through the air at high velocities, acted upon by all sorts of forces, in the case of the plane, under its own guidance and propulsion, there's just absolutely no way for such projectiles and airplanes to remain fixed to the rotational velocity of the Earth, and this is based on basic laws of physics.
And one of the common issues that we see is the Coriolis effect. And what guys are not doing is taking into account the effect that this can have on your shooting at longer ranges. Is if you're shooting west, your target's going to rotate up and towards us, which is going to cause the bullets to hit lower. And if you're facing east, the target's going to be dropping and slightly moving away, which is going to cause the hits to be higher. We've made it down to our target that we shot at the west. This is our west target here. And as you can see, they've all dropped in quite low. We've made it down to our target on the east target now. And as you can see, they're not quite too high.
Don't you love how they didn't show the elevation of the shooter, even if it was a relatively flat area, not curved area, but a relatively flat area? They didn't show him shooting either, so he could have been aiming higher or lower for depending on the direction that he was shooting. Really, it's quite telling that he didn't even mention north or south shooting in this, because that's really when the Coriolis effect should be this just abundant supersonic factor that all snipers must take into account when shooting north to south or south to north especially. And again, that has to do with the Earth allegedly rotating towards the east. So in facing north and shooting, you'd be shooting at a right angle to the direction of alleged travel. And since we've already gone pretty much in depth into the Coriolis effect and rotational frames of reference, or rotating bodies as a fixed frame of reference, then it's obvious to me and to any honest person that understands this concept that once that bullet is fired, it absolutely would never continue rotating around the axis of the Earth as it did when it was fastly secured in the gun, that is fastly secured in your hand, that is fastly secured to the Earth by your feet and friction, according to this heliocentric theory where you're spinning at supersonic velocities towards the east. Now, once that bullet is shot, it would be released instantly from that rotational frame of reference, and although it may maintain or it may preserve some of its eastward momentum, again, keep in mind the law of motion that that body, being the bullet, would tend to maintain its velocity, so that would be going east around an inverse square curve. It would tend to maintain that velocity until enacted upon by some other force, and of course the explosion compressed in the chamber of the rifle would certainly count as some other force. Now, once that rifled round leaves the muzzle, it's going to be sort of, I guess you could say, a free agent, an independent body that is no longer bound to the rotational frame of reference with the Earth below. So what this means is that you would have to, in shooting north, you would have to lead your target far to the east, and in shooting south, you would have to lead your target far to the west. In shooting east or west, it really wouldn't play that big of a difference. I mean, yes, you may have to aim higher or lower depending on which direction you're firing based on this idea. However, long-range shots that snipers take, they absolutely do not take this into account. And the guy in the show even mentions that, snipers don't take this into account.
And one of the common issues that we see is the Coriolis effect. And what guys are not doing is taking into account the effect that this can have on your shooting.
The spin of the Earth when they should, but the fact of the matter is that east to west shots should be the easiest shots to make. If the Earth was a spinning sphere, snipers would always, as a rule, try to find a perfect east to west line of sight towards their target, because anything just straying even slightly from due east or due west would you would have to factor in all sorts of calculations based on latitude, based on muzzle velocity, based on the spinning of the Earth, and of course this never happens. Moving targets, obviously you must lead, and snipers are experts for that. However, stationary targets should technically be moving targets, especially if you're talking about firing in a north to south alignment. And the simple fact is, artillery fire is another excellent example of this. Regardless of direction of fire, artillery fire will go, depending on the winds aloft and weather conditions, it will go exactly the same distance, regardless of the direction you fire it, assuming you keep the angle of fire the same, whether you're firing north, south, east, or west. As long as you maintain that angle and it's a relatively still day, it will go relatively the same distance all the time. And this is really good evidence against any axial rotation of the Earth whatsoever. And another big proof against the spinning spherical Earth are airplanes. If you take a 2,500 mile flight from New York to LA and back, you would expect, if the Earth was a spinning sphere, with all the destinations constantly rotating towards the east, you'd expect the westbound flight from New York to LA to be much, much shorter than the eastbound flight going back to New York from LA, due to the law of physics involving rotating bodies as a fixed frame of reference, and the fact that airplanes are free agents, independently propelled and guided from the Earth, and therefore would never maintain their rotational frame of reference with the ground beneath. They absolutely would not under any circumstances. And so the fact that these two flights, or any east to west flight and its return flight, are often identical in terms of duration, which is 100% not possible if the Earth was a spinning sphere. Now, globbers argue that it is the atmosphere which tattoos airplanes to the ground beneath. However, the very laws of physics known as the Coriolis effect dictate that, indeed, objects such as planes and bullets would absolutely never be fixed with the rotational frame of reference the instant these projectiles and flying machines are propelled in a direction contrary to that of the constant rotation and are no longer held fast to the primary rotating body. In this case, it would be the Earth itself. And again, to close this section off, I've literally seen the Scout Sniper's Handbook that explains how the Coriolis effect is factored into super long-range shots, and indeed, in plain English, in the definition section of this handbook, when they say the Coriolis effect, they don't mention the spin of the Earth. They don't say that it's not, but what they do say that it is they figure the bullet itself as the rotating body, and the rotation of the Earth doesn't even come into the conversation or come into the literature ever.
Wind currents are affected by the Coriolis effect. Ocean currents are affected by the Coriolis effect.
Wind and ocean currents are not affected by the Coriolis effect, just as airplane flights and long-range projectiles are not affected by the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect is indeed a law of physics surrounding rotating bodies as a fixed frame of reference, but unfortunately to your theory, the Earth isn't rotating. And so there is a completely viable, rational, far more adequate explanation for the air currents and the water currents being affected by something natural. And we've already answered the question as to what that something is. Again, it is the sun heating up and exciting the atmosphere and the water during the day, And as it goes around its daily cycle, the moonlight and the lack of sunlight causes the same atmosphere and water to cool and compress. And so you have a cyclical system that is involving the sun, the moon, the atmosphere, and the water currents, and it is indeed absolutely causing perturbances in the atmosphere and in the water. And it makes perfect sense that the perturbances, going out and away from the front of the path of the sun would be rotational in opposing directions, depending on whether it is north or south of the sun. This all makes perfect sense without the Coriolis effect, and I would mention that you would first need to prove that the Earth is spinning on an axis before you can even make the claim that it is the Coriolis effect which is causing these counter-rotational cyclonic forces. And unfortunately, any physical experiment you can possibly reproduce proves conclusively that the Earth is indeed at rest. So, this all boils down to the fact that the Coriolis effect has nothing to do with weather patterns or ocean patterns.
Okay, Scoop. We're facing slightly north-northeast at around 27.543 degrees north latitude. Now I must lead this target far to the east to account for his approximately 856.5 mile per hour velocity and my 856.22 mile per hour velocity. Can you check that, please, for me? The exact latitude of the target, sir. Okay. Now we got to figure in wind resistance, crosswinds, and, well, I'm really not too sure. Let's take a crack at it. But this spinning spherical Earth sure is hard to shoot north to south on, I'll tell you. I wish I was to the east of this target. Damn it, Spotter, I missed by a city mile. Are you sure that we are facing slightly north-northeast, or are we facing more east-northeast? Can you check the compass and the latitude of the target and our latitude, and then double-check the velocity of each? Then we're going to have to double-check the wind resistance and the crosswinds, and we'll do it all over again. Good thing that target is stationary, otherwise he'd have run away by now for sure. But we'll try it again. You know what, second thought, I think we need to recon over to the direct east or maybe to the direct west of this target. This north to south shooting just isn't going to work on a spinning spherical Earth. Come on, Spotter, we've got some marching to do.
Some flat earthers say gravity is merely density. However, in a vacuum, two objects of vastly different density will fall at exactly the same rate, such as feathers and a bowling ball. This is because the inertia of an object is directly proportional to its mass.
Objects fall at approximately the same speed in a vacuum chamber due to the lack of air resistance. So a feather would typically daintily float down towards the ground due to its terminal velocity, or its, the air resistance causing it to fall more slowly than, say, a bowling ball, which is, far more aerodynamic than a feather. It's a higher density, and it's going to fall in normal circumstances, going to fall faster than a feather due to its terminal velocity. Now, when you take the air out of the equation, there is essentially no air resistance, and so both objects are going to fall at the same speed. Now, you claimed that flat earthers claim that gravity is caused by density and buoyancy. Now, let's back up the wagon a bit on this, because flat earthers know for a fact that weather balloons float to 100,000 feet plus due to density and buoyancy. 100,000 or 1,000-ton ships made of steel float on top of the water due to buoyancy. apples fall from trees due to density, and this does have a lot to do with barometric pressure. However, since you've already shown objects will fall in vacuo, so they will fall with or without this air pressure, so there must be a fundamental downward tendency for objects to fall. Since the Earth is proven not to be a sphere in space, then it couldn't possibly be the theory of gravity causing them to fall, and there is a much more viable alternative answer, which is the static electric charge of the Earth. The Earth itself is a giant capacitor plate with essentially unlimited electric potential and holds a static electric charge, kind of like those old cathode ray tube television sets that would always attract dust to their screens. You remember those? Well, they too held a static electric charge, and so the nudge that we need in order for what goes up must come down to work on a flat Earth without gravity is merely the static electric charge of the Earth, which increases in potential 100 volts per meter. So you have the exact properties needed for density and buoyancy to work on a flat stationary Earth without gravity. Globe Earth proponents have often joked at flat earthers by saying if it was indeed, the air pressure causing objects to fall as opposed to gravity, then, a bowling ball should float in a vacuum chamber because there's no air pressure pushing it down. And of course this is ridiculous because density and buoyancy is based on relative density of objects versus their surrounding environment. So if a bowling ball is more dense than, say, air near sea level, which is all being pushed in all directions and down at 14.7 pounds per square inch by the air itself at sea level, if the bowling ball is of higher density than that relatively high dense air, would you not suspect that the bowling ball is also of a higher density than no air? And of course, the simple answer to this is that the bowling ball, and yes, even the feather, are of a higher density than a vacuum chamber, than the air in a vacuum chamber. And so I've actually done an experiment, was sort of an old parlor trick that really illustrates this point well, using smoke in a vacuum chamber. Now, most people would predict smoke to rise in a vacuum chamber just because smoke always rises under normal circumstances. However, when you suck out most of the air out of the chamber, then the smoke itself is of a higher density than nothing and will therefore flow down like a waterfall. And so gravity, again, is a theory. What goes up must come down is a law of physics. And the theory of gravity is only necessary if you assume that the Earth is a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space. Since we've clearly established that the Earth has no curvature, nor is it spinning, nor is space an infinite vacuum, otherwise we couldn't even have an atmosphere adjacent to the Kármán line, therefore gravity is a failed theory.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
This is called gravity. That's what I do. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
I really do love that whole contradiction of Neil deGrasse Tyson going in depth into explaining how he really doesn't understand gravity, and gravity really can't be explained. That is, of course, because it's a made-up theoretical force, but he goes ahead to claim that by dropping his microphone that somehow proves the theory of gravity, when in fact dropping a microphone or an apple or anything dense is merely a demonstration of the law of physics on Earth. What goes up must come down. Gravity is a theory to explain that fact of nature, only assuming we live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere. So, throughout this refutation of flat Earth, and this is sort of directed at the original poster of the video, you've made the comment several times or alluded to the idea that this or that would be impossible on a flat Earth, right? So you've made the claim, and I'm not going to give examples, but at least 2 or 3 times where that would be impossible on a flat Earth. Well, here's one for you, buddy. Things that would be impossible on a spherical Earth. So the very first thing, and I'll just name one, that would be impossible on a sphere that is rotating through the vacuum of space, would be the fact that a man such as you can walk around on the side or the bottom or the top, it doesn't matter, of this allegedly spinning sphere without falling off into space. Now, of course, your knee-jerk reaction is going to be to consider that I'm some idiot that doesn't understand the theory of gravity. However, I completely understand the theory of gravity. The point that I'm trying to make is that the theory of gravity is an incorrect theory. It is demonstrably so because, well, for one thing, it hinges upon the notion that the Earth be a spinning sphere, and when you can conclusively prove that the Earth holds no curvature nor axial rotation, then again it is indeed the contrary to a spinning sphere and is a fixed motionless plane. So, with all that being said, the theory of gravity cannot even be explained by the experts. It was designed to account for orbital mechanics and such, which that's a whole nother story. I'll put a card right here for a link to disproval of orbital mechanics and how they are a physical impossibility, even according to and humoring the heliocentric model. So, gravity is a failed theory. It doesn't work. It's nonsense. It's preposterous. And in fact, density and buoyancy are ultimately governed by the electrostatic charge of the Earth, giving high-density objects the nudge that they need to find their way down to rest at the ground. And it's the force that causes lower density gases such as helium to make their way up above the higher density layer. It's really quite simple, and it has nothing to do with gravity whatsoever.
Henry Cavendish measured with accuracy the strength of gravity. The Cavendish experiment has been repeated many times in classrooms. It shows how a smaller mass moves towards a larger mass.
You know, that is really quite funny because nowhere in reality can you actually show evidence of mass being attracted to mass. Now, the Cavendish experiment is something that has never been replicated. This image that you're showing here of the classroom allegedly using a couple of dumbbells to attract some very small weights does not prove the theory of gravity. That pole is obviously being held by some sort of a string, and the only reason why that thing is spinning is because it's held by a string. If you dangle anything long like a pole from a string, it's going to move around like that. It has nothing to do with the dumbbells attracting those small weights dangling from that pole. Now, of course, if either the dumbbells or the weights attached to the hanging pole were magnetized or magnetic, then, that would be the only way that the physical mass can be attracted to each other. But other than that, mass simply does not attract mass. Even extremely large, massive objects do not produce this theory of gravity. It just does not happen, and so there are other explanations for this experiment, and Cavendish is a whole nother story. Please, for the love of God, let's get a little bit more critical here, people. Nowhere in reality can you demonstrate even extremely massive objects displaying the slightest bit of attractant force to other extremely massive or high-density objects. The Cavendish experiment is a joke. This replication of it is an even bigger joke because, of course, the whole shtick with the Cavendish experiment was that you needed really big, high-density balls in order to get the experiment to work, and yet these teeny boppers are able to somehow do it with a couple of dumbbells and what appear to be a few ounce lead weights. This simply is not a demonstration of gravity. It is a demonstration of confirmation bias because there are loads of other explanations as to why that rod would turn other than the theory of gravity, okay? And I'm not going to sit here and list them all, but until somebody can show conclusive evidence that mass attracts mass, you can make it as big as you want without magnetic forces, and you will simply fail every single time. And I would say that you should probably do this demonstration without hanging a pole from a string, where it is going to be prone to rotate. I'll also point out that although there are definitely strings attached to that rod, you can't see them. At least I can't when I'm looking at a sort of low resolution pre-rendering of the video. Maybe you can see them in the final high definition rendering. But if indeed you cannot see them, then this goes to show you that in terms of the ISS, which we covered earlier, dangling from strings that are invisible to television cameras is not anything new, and especially when you have digital technologies to sort of on the fly scrub out any instances where the strings may be visible for brief periods, as well as add in real-time 3D animated objects into video camera outputs. This is technology that is certainly available. With current technologies comes extremely doable for those long-term stationary shots of the astronauts obviously dangling from strings on harnesses in the ISS. And all of their orbital calculations and such are based on this formula, also known as the gravitational constant, which was described earlier and allegedly discovered by the mysterious character Sir Cavendish. And so when you realize that NASA has been a misinformation, propaganda, militant government organization, which was absolutely founded by Nazi scientists after World War II, who were smuggled into America illegally without the consent or the knowledge of the public or the Congress, and it was only after many decades and many Freedom of Information Act requests did the general public become aware of Operation Paperclip. Now, if they will admit to that, then it becomes obvious to any casual observer, even who's familiar with the government's tactics, is they will admit to the least volatile of their errors ways, as opposed to showing you the worst of it. So in other words, Operation Paperclip may be sort of Nazi smuggling light, as it were, and there were probably or ostensibly many other such clandestine operations that will never see the light of day, and God only knows what sort of awful research and development they have done in the decades since the inception of black budget programs. Now, a lot of people are going to say either I hate Germans or I'm anti-Semitic or something along the lines, but I will just state that I personally am an eighth German and my wife is half Jewish, so I personally don't have any sort of dog in the whole Holocaust debate, and that's totally besides the point of this video. It's just it sort of needs to be said because I really can't stand when people put labels on me that make absolutely no sense in an attempt to sort of sully my name or assassinate my character. But in terms of NASA, with its certain Nazi origins, it becomes clear and obvious that they are not investing the tax dollars or private investment money that they receive towards the space exploration, but instead they are using that money to totally misguide and mislead the world at large into firmly believing in a preposterous theory. So a small child, when first told that they live on a spinning sphere, This doesn't sit well with most intelligent children if you first sit them down and explain this to them, because it really doesn't make much sense. Then, of course, you have to start getting into these really wild theories such as gravity and space-time and dark matter to explain how such a thing is possible as living stuck to the side of a rotating sphere. And when we're very young, naive, and dare I say gullible, it is forced upon us to believe in these doctrines of scientism. And of course, the theory that the Earth is a spinning sphere, again, relies very heavily on two very, very easily proven premises, which are, again, inverse square curvature of the overall surface of the Earth, as well as axial rotation. And so far, honestly, you have not proven either, and you have not refuted the mountains of evidence which clearly prove the Earth to be stationary and lacking all curvature.
Water naturally forms a sphere. This is easily seen in a zero-gravity environment.
That is among the most illegitimate and ridiculous statements I've heard to date. Yes, under certain conditions, you can call it zero gravity, or perhaps you could call it an inertially neutral environment, which can be achieved by, again, we've went over it, parabolic trajectory flights can create sort of a neutral environment where the natural downward tendency for dense objects is nullified briefly by this parabolic arc. Now, even in terms of the ISS, humoring NASA's assertions, what they claim is that the ISS exists about 250 miles up and therefore is experiencing about 95% gravity compared to a person standing at sea level. So, 95% gravity certainly is pretty far from zero gravity. And so even according to NASA, it is not the lack of gravity in the ISS which is causing them to float. It is the parabolic trajectory of the ISS, or the ISS itself, which is causing them to constantly experience this neutral environment that can be achieved for brief periods in the Vomit Comet. And I submit that the high-tech, highly funded, highly secretive governments of the world, namely the United States, has almost certainly achieved technologies that can allow them to do such parabolic trajectories for extended periods, allowing for long-term inertially neutral situations simply by the trajectory of the vehicle. Because, again, it is that trajectory and not the lack of gravity that is even claimed by NASA to be the cause of weightlessness on the ISS. Now, I should quickly mention that due to this fact, you should constantly seeing all of the astronauts rather abruptly straying towards the outside edge of the curvature, so away from the central radius of curvature of the ISS, because again, it is allegedly the gravitational relationship between the Earth and the relatively massive ISS that allows for it to continually orbit the planet. Now, the little people inside are obviously nowhere nearly as quote-unquote gravitationally rich as the ISS itself, and so they would not have the mass necessary to reciprocate the gravitic relationship with the Earth comparatively with the ISS. So what you should see on all interior ISS space flights within the confines of the ISS, where they never close any hatches, which is absolutely mad, and would get you court-martialed if you were in the Navy in a submarine, but that's besides the point. You should see them constantly drifting towards the outer edge of the quote-unquote orbit, simply due to the laws of centrifugal force and how independent bodies should behave within a capsule such as the ISS. And yet, they remain relatively stationary to the ISS even when they don't hang on to things with their toes or zip through the ISS at high velocity. So this really doesn't add up if you want to know the truth. Okay, so they're claiming 95% gravity. If you weighed 200 pounds, then on the ISS you would weigh about 190, right? If I'm doing my on-the-fly math correctly, but somewhere around 190, so that's not exactly zero gravity. Now, what is even funnier, if you take this further, all the way to the moon, we're going back to 1969 to the Apollo missions, it is claimed by NASA that since the density and the size of the moon is about a quarter the size of the Earth, it should experience 1/6 gravity. So that means a 200-pound man would weigh 33 1/3 pounds on the moon, according to NASA, according to the theory of gravity. Now, this is rather preposterous when you realize that this prediction was subsequently confirmed, allegedly, by NASA when they went to the moon. Now, this raises a huge question and a huge proof, actually, that NASA was lying about this, because the moon allegedly exists in a vacuum, where the Earth, obviously we all know, does not exist in a vacuum, where at sea level there is a constant 14.7 pound per square inch barometric pressure, which holds things together, and it adds weight to a scale. It allows for water to remain in liquid format without boiling, liquid form without boiling away. If you go to the top of Mount Everest, because of the lowered barometric pressure, water will boil at a lower temperature, and you will weigh slightly lower due to the very slight lessening of barometric pressure at higher altitudes. And so what this proves is that on the moon, an astronaut should have weighed a fraction of his weight, not just a mere 1/6 of his weight due strictly to the theory of gravity, but he also should have experienced zero barometric pressure, which means the assertion of NASA that the 1/6 weight was indeed correct, this prediction based on gravity was correct. It shows that NASA is lying, and apparently everybody at NASA must have missed that day at school when they studied barometric pressure. So, going back to your claim that water forms a sphere naturally in a zero gravity environment, there are no natural zero gravity environments. That can only be achieved by certain parabolic maneuvers which create a limited period of inertial neutrality. Okay, that's the best way to put it, is inertial neutrality, where the downward tendency, which is, again, it's not caused by gravity, the downward tendency is caused by the electrostatic charge of the Earth, which is always an attractant charge. That downward tendency is negated by an upward velocity. And at the very apex of that trajectory, there becomes a brief period where an object and anything within that object that's being carried along with it becomes inertially neutral. And in that brief condition, yes, water can be compelled to form a spherical shape. That's because there are no forces acting upon it in terms of quote-unquote gravity, or a downward tendency for the liquid to find its resting place at the lowest possible point, because there is no up or down in an inertially neutral environment, right? And so under all natural circumstances, water will always find its level. It will never create a spherical shape under natural circumstances. And in fact, over 50 or 60 miles, it's been proven time and time again that water does indeed remain level. It doesn't wrap around a curve as it should where the Earth is sphere, proving conclusively that the Earth is a plane, the very contrary to a sphere. And other very well-known experiments such as Airy's failure, the Michelson-Morley experiments, the Michelson-Gale experiment, the Sagnac experiments. Anybody can do gyroscopic experiments that were purported by Sir Foucault, who is also known for the pendulum experiments, which were a load of you-know-what. But yeah, Foucault allegedly proved axial rotation using antiquated, obsolete gyroscopes, where modern scientists are using high precision, high velocity gyroscopes and finding that there is no apparent drift due or precession due to the alleged hypothetical axial rotation of the Earth. This rotation of the Earth simply does not exist. And again, until you can prove that the Earth is spinning on an axis, you can't make any claims about things like gravity or the Coriolis effect, because what goes up must come down is easily explained by density and buoyancy, along with the electrostatic charge of the Earth as the natural downward tendency for high-density objects. And you can point to the path of the Sun and the Moon as the necessary perturbance to create opposing rotational velocities south or north of the path of the Sun. However, it is strictly not divided at the equator as it necessarily would be if the Earth were a sphere, and again, that is in terms of the so-called Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect is indeed a law of nature. However, the Earth is not a spinning sphere, and there are perfect explanations for the opposing rotation of cyclonic forces, which has already been covered in great detail in this video.
A geoid is a reference frame used in surveying, which is the shape of the Earth if it had the same gravity potential at every point. It is a globe shape.
Yes, but could you not assume a plane to have identical gravity potential over every portion of it? Must you assume that everything is a globe? Couldn't we also assume, based on the empirical mountain of evidence, that the Earth is a plane? Couldn't we assume that the Earth is a plane and the theory of gravity doesn't exist, therefore the downward tendency, or rather the static electric potential, is uniform more or less across the plane? Now again, the increase in altitude also increases the electric potential, or the static electric potential, between high altitude object and the ground. And by the way, geodetic surveyors did a survey of the entire state of Kansas and found, quote, that Kansas is flatter than a pancake.
And in the same article, one of the scientists was quoted as saying the technical term is, "It's damn flat."
End quote. And I don't know about you, but I've never seen a pancake that is 5-mile tall hump. Another thing that I'll quickly mention that I find really interesting is the fact that Tesla is often cited or quoted as saying that he sort of got a lot of his inspiration from ancient Egyptian technologies. And when you look at things like pyramids and Tesla towers, there are some similarities to them. But there is some pretty compelling evidence that especially the Great Pyramids of Giza, amongst other pyramids that are indeed scattered across the entire world, but especially the ones at Giza, appear to have been some sort of power plant, the idea or the theory of which has been popularized by engineers such as Christopher Dunn and historians such as Graham Hancock. So the fact that one of the, if not the greatest electrical engineers of all time, Nikola Tesla, was purportedly borrowing ideas from the ancient Egyptians, and modern or postmodern scholars are finding some really compelling evidence that the Giza pyramids especially were essentially ancient power plants, really lends credence to the notion that the Earth itself contains limitless potential energy. And it is proven throughout history that people like Nikola Tesla are ostracized and left penniless by the powers that ought not be. So instead of free energy and free communications as Tesla wanted to make available, instead we got the Rockefeller and Rothschild's plans to pay to play for everything to do with communications, electricity, and that sort of technology, making a small handful of people extremely rich at the expense of everyone else for technologies that were intended to be a benefit to society as opposed to a non-physical prison for our collective minds, an expense, and ultimately a brainwashing tool for the government to the society.
For vertical datums, a reference ellipsoid is also used to base measurements on. It is also a globe shape.
Yes, people assume the Earth to be a sphere, and it still works in terms of geodetic reference points because it is a flat reality theoretically wrapped around a sphere. Okay? But in fact, if you look at geodetic profiles of any land masses, it is always portrayed as a plane.
Surveyors routinely make curvature and refraction corrections, which are corrections to account for the Earth's curvature and the atmosphere's refraction of light. Otherwise, their measurements would be erroneous.
This bit of nonsense was debunked over 100 years ago in Zetetic Astronomy. I'm sure you haven't read it, but when geodetic surveyors are using theodolites, they're looking through optical lenses that are convex lenses. And that convex lens has sort of a crosshairs directly in the center of it. Now, the problem with this is, if you, for example, take a convex lens and run it across a sheet of paper that has a straight line drawn across the sheet of paper, what you'll notice is that the area of the line beneath the convex lens will appear to move. And this is just the very nature of how convex lenses operate. And when the surveyor is looking through a theodolite leveled off to the horizon, it appears as if, off in the distance, the horizon drops slightly. However, this is merely the characteristic of looking through a convex lens, and it has nothing to do with the Earth being curved. When a surveyor has his theodolite leveled off and facing towards the horizon, when you see what's depicted here as this sort of apparent drop, it has nothing to do with curvature, it just has to do with the nature of convex lenses. And this is easily proven by studying any high altitude weather balloon footage. It is merely an optical illusion. Just going into a bit more detail of this diagram across the bottom of the screen, you see your little surveyor at position A. For reference, you've got a, scaled down telephone pole, just for a sort of a frame of reference. You can see that what happens is the red dotted line represents a true level line of sight. However, the green dotted line represents what the laws of perspective would cause the ground to apparently do upon a plane. So in other words, the ground level would appear to, in proportion with distance, it would appear to begin to raise closer and closer upwards towards the red line of sight. And of course, the horizon line or vanishing point for objects on the ground is depicted at position B. On the other hand, the very tip tops of the telephone poles would also apparently head towards the center red line of sight. However, since the tips of the tip tops of the telephone poles are further removed from the line of sight than the ground, then that white line, while it will disappear upon the same datum line as the ground horizon, the tips of those structures will disappear further along that same datum line. And so this is the true operation of perspective, and the other diagrams which I've already explained are where surveyors have gotten the false impression that the Earth is curving downward, again because they're looking through faulty instrumentation, which to this very day theodolites use convex lenses, and that is the very cause of the so-called curvature loss in terms of geodetic surveying.
Geodetic surveying takes the curvature of the Earth into account in its measurements. Plane surveying, on the other hand, assumes the Earth is flat. However, plane surveying is only done on small scales, whereas geodetic surveying is done on areas 260 kilometers squared or 161 miles squared, and more.
This article you're quoting states that, quote, surveys covering an area of up to 230 square kilometers may be treated as plane surveys. It is to be noted that the difference in length between the arc and the subtended chord on the Earth's surface for a distance of 18.2 kilometers is only 0.1 meters, end quote. Now, that is to say that an 18.2 kilometer arc with a radius of nearly 4,000 miles will only be a smidgen longer than a perfectly level plane of the same distance. This may be accurate mathematically, however, in terms of practical engineering of extremely long bridges, tunnels, or level areas, the amount of expected curvature would complicate such construction projects to extreme degrees. Now, based on the article here, they are using the distance of 18.2 kilometers, which translates to 11.3 miles, in order to assert that quote-unquote Earth curvature wouldn't make that much of a difference in terms of practical engineering measurements. Now, assuming that you're standing at the far edge of an 11.3 mile stretch of spherical curved Earth, you should expect to see a vertical descent at the edge of that 11.3 mile stretch in terms of the ground level, a vertical descent of about 85 feet. Now, to claim that such a divergence from the baseline in just 11.3 miles wouldn't cause problems with long bridges, tunnels, or leveled off areas of cities is simply absurd. Even taking a more conservative approach to this same scenario, assume that you're standing in the center of such an 11.3 mile stretch, meaning you'd have about 5.65 miles on either side of you. That would mean that the far edges of this expanse should be each 21 feet lower than your ground level. Any and all attempts to measure for and prove such inverse square curvature invariably fail, which is highlighted by the enthusiastic amateur weather balloons being launched with regular lenses to determine whether such curvature exists in reality. Now, I will tell you that without fail, anyone with the slightest bit of curiosity or need for the truth and a smidgen of honesty and skepticism will admit that high-altitude balloon launches clearly show the Earth below to be at complete rest and without curvature. Optical illusions on the ground caused by the operations of perspective, which we've already covered, mainly owing to the fact that our eyes themselves are convex lenses and therefore draw everything as distance is gained towards the central point of focus, which this perspective nature of our vision is exacerbated by the fact that each individual observer is also surrounded by a hemisphere of varying density and varying temperature gases, effectively creating a giant subjective convex lens around each individual observer. In short, the very nature of our eyes being convex lenses and the atmosphere effectively behaving as a large subjective convex lens around each and every observer perfectly accounts for the visually apparently spherical nature of distant ships as they travel away over the horizon, for example. Another example would be the apparently spherical nature of the celestial dome. In other words, the stars that appear to be right near the horizon or right near the ground are actually nowhere near the ground. They are more than likely in a flat Earth scenario along a similar plane as to all the other stars. So you have essentially an astral plane or an astronomical plane, if you will. However, the stars which are laterally distant from you, the observer, will appear to drop lower and lower towards the horizon in alignment with the laws of perspective. However, I believe you also have an exacerbation of this sort of downward curving effect, and this really seems to apply with airplanes as they fly right overhead as well. You do have a great deal of atmospheric lensing and refraction, which causes light waves to bend in unexpected ways. We tend to think of light waves as perfectly straight lines. However, when traveling through atmosphere and different density layers and different temperatures. There are all sorts of natural perturbances that occur with light, and the fact that we indeed have these sort of convex lens hemispheres above and around us only exacerbates the issue, and it's what's really causal of sunrise and sunset, stars appearing near the ground, near the horizon. The sun never gets near the ground or even near or behind clouds. You just have this optical illusion due to the nature of the atmosphere itself, and you've got a source of light which is at this point unknown, and then you have the apparent sun, which is a subjective rendering of an omnidirectional light source that we call the sun. The very same operations in terms of the ships disappearing or merging with the horizon hull first and mast last is indeed 100% aligned with the natural operations of perspective, and were the Earth indeed curved, then you would not only have the natural operations of perspective, but you would also have the added inverse square curvature, making distant objects even less likely to be seen at high, distances, 50 and 60 mile distances. And, furthermore, just look at the high altitude weather balloon footage, and you can clearly see that ships are not going over any sort of curve. There is no curvature. And, in fact, if you were to visually see a ship go over the horizon, then restore that ship with a telescope, you have sort of just proven that it hasn't gone over a curve. However, an observer, say on a cliff top, looking 90 degrees towards your line of sight, would have seen the ship just simply go, from left to right, not going over any sort of hump whatsoever. So it is, of course, the natural operations of perspective which cause ships to merge with the horizon in the manner that they do, and it has nothing to do with the Earth being curved, because the Earth is not curved, and water is indeed level. Sea level is not a misnomer, it is a fact that the sea is more or less level. Surveyors are merely using reflected light and magnification of that light to base their readings upon. Any physical tests attempted to prove Earth curvature fail invariably, as the Earth simply is not a sphere, meaning any alleged proofs involving surveyors and their theodolites are more akin to old wives' tales than proof of Earth curvature. Again, geodetic surveying of Kansas, the entire state of Kansas was done showing it to be flat as a pancake, and of course we don't even really need all that grand of distances to either prove or disprove the inverse square curvature necessary to result in the spherical Earth. And again, standing water is the best method of doing so, because standing water will always be your true perfect level, regardless of the Earth being a sphere or being a plane. So in other words, if the Earth is a sphere, then the nature of water and theoretical gravity would cause the face of the water to create a perfect, measurable, predictable curve. And that conservative algorithm, or a conservative equation you can use, is 8 inches per mile squared, meaning that cityscape 50 or 60 miles away should be based about a quarter mile or lower than the horizon line, according to you, the observer, 50 or 60 miles away. The fact that we can clearly see many, many cityscapes, lighthouses, and other, tall objects from far further than should be possible upon a spherical Earth conclusively proves that it is not a sphere, for crying out loud.
There are two general classifications of surveys: geodetic and plane. When measuring a small area, such as surveying for a small construction job, the area is assumed to be flat, aka the survey occurs on a flat plane. This is a plane survey. Because the world is not flat, vertical error results from this assumption. Over a distance of 300 feet, this error would only be 0.002 feet. Negligible even for very precise projects. Along a 5-mile survey distance, however, this vertical distance error would be over 14 feet.
Actually closer to 17 feet, but who's counting?
When surveying a large area, such as a long highway or an entire state, it becomes imperative to account for the curvature of the Earth.
No, it becomes imperative to perpetuate the preposterous heliocentric theory to assume that the Earth is a sphere and use spherical trigonometry over great distances. If all of the local areas are treated as flat, which you've rightly stated, and the macroscopic level areas are theoretically wrapped around a sphere, then all of that can still technically work. However, if you consider the entire thing to be a plane, then it all still very much works as well.
The Earth is not a flat planet. This is called a geodetic survey.
And of course, they're going to assert that the Earth is not flat because everybody in the entire postmodern culture, which has a uniform educational system, which is tantamount to a brainwashing program, everyone in the postmodern world believes that the Earth is a sphere. And even when you prove to them that the Earth is a stationary plane, they'll laugh at you and call you crazy because you don't understand science and gravity, when in fact the joke is indeed on them. The Earth isn't any sort of sphere, and yet people will claim it and force all observations and all data to fit into the theory that the Earth is a sphere. And so I submit that localized areas can be treated as a plane, and macroscopic areas, even stretches exceeding 60 miles and even over 100 miles in terms of radio frequency shots that have been documented, which simply could not occur with line of sight on a sphere.
In geodesy, a level plane is a line that is perpendicular to the direction of gravity at every point. A level plane is thus a curved surface. A horizontal plane, on the other hand, is perfectly straight.
Okay, we have a level surface. If you look right here, here's a level surface right there. You'll notice some properties about that. So the definition of it, it's a curved surface that at every point is perpendicular to the local plumb line. Another way to define that level surface is also the equipotential surface. The potential of gravity is equal at every point along that line. So the big thing I want you to understand when we talk about level and everything is level surface is curved, meaning it has the same elevation at every point.
I really just have to break this up for a minute because this guy is really talking out of his here. There is definitely a difference between level and curve. Now, theoretically, if you assume the Earth to be a sphere, then of course level on that spherical macroscopic sort of view of the Earth, yes, level would be a curve in theory. However, you can observe clearly many miles of standing water, which are obviously not vertically descending away from the observer in all directions exponentially. It's simply that curvature does not exist. And so engineers who claim to assume that this curvature exists are merely reading out of textbooks because engineers have tried to be crafty and tried to figure in the curvature of the Earth in their larger projects. However, if you look into there's literally laws on the books that state more or less, and I'm paraphrasing here, that state engineers and civil engineers and people responsible for railways, canals, and bridges were not, as a rule, not to account for the Earth's curvature, because what happened was the engineering projects that did take this into account were utter failures. They didn't meet their marks. They were all sorts of wrong. And so by considering the Earth itself as actually level, not a curve, but actually indeed level, then you do not need to figure in the curvature of the Earth. And this goes for the longest bridges in the world, which show absolutely no signs of curvature and in fact do not account for curvature in their design. There is no curvature, for crying out loud, and just because theoretical engineers say that it is accounted for, it is, in practice, it is not accounted for, and it truly isn't. Although you may find it in some engineering textbooks, it is not something that engineers need to take into account when building even super long superstructures, such as, again, railways, canals, bridges, tunnels, and the like. And by the way, didn't you say something along the lines of...
So the definition of it is a curved surface that at every point is perpendicular to the local plumb line.
Could we also not assume that a flat surface would behave in such a way where it would be perpendicular to any plumb line? Just saying.
The horizontal plane. If you look right here, that line there, that's our horizontal plane. Horizontal plane then is a plane that's perpendicular to the local gravity vector.
Gravity is a theory that has never been proven, which is only necessary if you assume that the Earth is a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space-time. Now, until you can prove without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth possesses even a single degree of inverse square curvature, let alone enough curvature to result in an overall sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, you need to prove this conclusively. And so far, in every single globe Earth proponent documentary that I've ever seen, never have I once seen any shred of evidence to prove inverse square curvature of the Earth or vertical descent away from all observers, even on flat surfaces or among standing bodies of water, due to the expected and necessary inverse square curvature of the Earth. Such curvature does not exist. And ditto for axial rotation. You haven't even taken a stab at it. There's no evidence to support the notion that your ass is racing around the equator at over 1,000 miles per hour, well faster than the speed of sound, while vertically accelerating straight down at around 135 miles per hour squared. This would be because if you're standing at the equator, from the base point, you're traveling away from that at 1,000 miles per hour along a curve with a radius of 4,000 miles, roughly. Therefore, you should be vertically descending compared to a tangent line from that base point at 135 miles per hour squared, which would be, well, way faster than the fastest roller coaster. But during the first hour, it would be like going straight down as fast as the second fastest roller coaster in the world. And of course, that isn't even accounting for the 1,037.5 miles per hour that you're allegedly racing due eastward constantly without fail. The idea that you're racing around the Earth in space is a theoretical fantasy that was unfortunately drilled into your subconscious mind since you were a toddler, and until you're able to objectively review the world and objectively review what you think you know, you will ever remain ignorant to the truth, because indeed the truth is incompatible with your belief system, which is heliocentrism or scientism, or the belief in science as a religion as opposed to science as a process to discern the truth.
The water on the Suez Canal naturally follows the curvature of the Earth, as seen by the hull of this boat disappearing behind the horizon.
You can clearly see that that is refraction. The hull of that ship is not going behind the curve of the Earth. It is appearing to merge with the horizon from a great distance, and when you're able to zoom in upon it with a high-powered telescopic device or even a good camera, you can see things that are not apparent to the naked eye. And what you're seeing is absolutely 100% refraction. You're seeing a mirror image of the ship itself in the air between your eye and the ship. That ship is not floating above the water in the air as it appears to be doing. It's actually floating in the water. However, the high dense air near the ocean at that distance becomes reflective and refractive and starts to play optical illusions. So with the coupling of perspective, as an object jutting up above the ground level travels beyond the horizon or beyond the vanishing point, strange optical phenomena begin to occur, especially at sea, because you've got fairly high density atmosphere with particulates, water vapor, and such in it that bend light around and just cause all sorts of optical illusions with light. But the pictures that you're showing here do not prove that these ships are going over the curve of the Earth. Again, an observer that was standing 90 degrees to that path of that ship from an elevated position would clearly see that ship had gone across a plane and hadn't gone over a hump whatsoever. We never see ships going over humps regardless of which direction they're traveling. They always travel upon a plane, and it is the laws of perspective that cause ships to appear to vanish behind the horizon mast last. And again, you have atmospheric refraction and atmospheric lensing that exacerbate this optical illusion. Now, let's also not just blow past your initial claim in that clip it, and I'll play it again at double speed for good measure.
The water on the Suez Canal naturally follows the curvature of the Earth.
Then you just blow right past it, just mention it and blow right past it. But let's break down the Suez Canal a little bit. Let's take a look at some images of it, some pictures of it, and think about this logically. Now, the Suez Canal is, they say it used to be 102 miles, now it's 120 miles long. I guess they added to it. But there should be, assuming it's 120 miles long, there should be a 9,600 foot drop according to the level of the water on one end compared to the water on the opposite end of the canal. That's about 1.8 miles, or nearly 2 miles of vertical descent, or expected vertical descent due to curvature, considering the entire canal from end to end. Now, does the opposite end of that canal from even the Google image appear to be 1.8 miles lower than the portion closer to the CGI camera? I suppose the Google Earth software probably isn't the best way to determine whether the Earth is spherical. It's actually an extremely poor way to try and determine whether the Earth is spherical, but it's kind of hard, if not impossible, to find real images of the entire Suez Canal at once. But the best I could find was this sort of vector art rendering, which appears to be based on topographic data, which matches the topography of the area, which I've researched separately, so it seems to be an accurate representation of it. It also seems to be representative of what is shown on Google Earth. The point is the area which the canal spans is more or less level in terms of topography. So in other words, it's not as if one side of the canal is substantially higher than the other in terms of topography, not dealing with the mean curve or the levelness of the Earth, just talking about topography strictly. Due to the natural terrain, one end is not any higher than the other. Now, regardless of the terrain, water will always find its natural level by traveling to the lowest point via means of the path of least resistance, meaning if the Earth was a sphere, the face of the water would be a perfect curve, regardless of the topography beneath the water. So, assuming the Earth is flat, then the water is quite naturally level. This is an important point to keep in mind. So, of course, you'd expect to find curvature on the Google Earth images, but to be very honest, I can't even detect a nearly 2-mile drop from the near end of the canal to the far end, even in the CGI animation / Google Earth 100% forged image. So that is interesting. Now, here's something else interesting to consider, keeping in mind the topography of the canal, as I've just mentioned. Since every point of the allegedly spherical Earth is supposed to be on the top of the world and perpendicular to its respective subjective plumb line, then a relatively flat area, such as the entire area which the Suez Canal traverses, would be a good indicator of Earth curvature. And of course, the face of the water itself of the Suez Canal would necessarily be a perfect indicator of Earth curvature due to the laws of nature that we're all very familiar with. So, with these premises in mind, assuming the entirety of the canal is 120 miles long, the very center of the canal would theoretically be 2,400 feet higher than either extreme edge of the canal. This is due to the fact that there should be 60 miles of expected downward curvature on either side of the center, so regardless of the terrain, the level standing water in the Suez Canal should be almost half a mile higher in the center compared to the extreme edges for an observer standing in the center. Now, this raises some big questions as to how water even flows on a spherical Earth, seeing how each point on the hypothetical sphere is the top of the world and is perpendicular to the plumb line. The topography through which the canal passes is relatively consistent, with some mountainous areas flanking it towards the southern area, but more or less the area that the entire canal traverses is fairly level. So with this in mind, the center of the canal should technically be a half mile taller than the extremities of the canal on either side. So this brings up the question, will water naturally flow down and away from the center in both directions? And the answer is, of course not, because the Earth is a plane. Now, waters naturally flow towards the sea simply because the sea happens to be the lowest point, assuming an easy path is available for standing up body of water to travel to the sea, like through a creek or a river or a canal. Does this picture of the Suez Canal appear to be a hump, a half mile tall in the middle, or furthermore, does it appear to be a vertical descent of nearly 2 miles from one end to the other, or does this appear to be a perfectly flat area of water? And please don't argue refraction or height of the observer, because most of this isn't even real images. It's just CGI and composites coming from Google Earth, as well as a topographical rendering of the area using vector art. But neither of these arguments, refraction or height, even come into effect when you're dealing with renderings. But even if it were a helicopter shot, you can tell the difference between a giant curve and a plane with the naked eye, or with optics especially. And especially when you're dealing over hundreds of miles of, or over 100 miles of standing water, as in the case of the Suez Canal. Now, it was very clever of you to bring up the Suez Canal and completely fail to test whether your hypothesis of curvature actually exists along that lengthy area. You don't question how water flow would work if the Earth was spherical. This is sort of a conundrum in your model, that assuming that the Suez Canal area is more or less level, or perfectly curved as according to you, then the water in the center should technically be flowing in both directions away from the center, because everything's on the top of the world, remember? Right? So anyway, water always flows down, obviously, and finds its rest and will always find its level. But down is a relative subjective term according to the heliocentric logic, as again every point on the face of the Earth is perpendicular to its relative subjective plumb line. So when you're dealing with stretches of water exceeding 100 miles, it really makes no sense as to how water would flow towards the sea, since according to the sea, everything else is below it, right? So since every bit of the sea face should also be the top of the world, the curvature of the world would nullify any natural terrain over relatively short distances. So, for example, like the Suez Canal, one end should be 2 miles higher than the other. So when you get 120 miles away from the sea, it should be 2 miles lower than the sea itself. According to a person standing at that sea, 120 miles inland should be nearly 2 miles below itself. I mean, none of this makes any sense in a globe Earth model, to be very honest with you. But after mentioning the Suez Canal and failing to even slightly explain or scrutinize its parameters in either model, globe or flat, you just sort of mention it and brush past it as if it somehow supports or favors your theory, then go straight into numbers explaining how much curvature should exist without going out and physically testing to see if that curvature indeed does exist. And that is the major problem with globe heads.
The Golden Gate Bridge, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, the Humber Estuary Bridge, and the Normandy Bridge all have towers that are further apart at the top than at the base to account for the curvature of the Earth. The end of Volkswagen's 8.7 kilometer test track in Erlesi, Germany, cannot be seen due to the curvature of the Earth.
I'm doing 258, 206, I'm going faster than I can speak, 300, 320. That is amazing, it's so stable, I'm already up to 340.
Okay, so I'm a little confused here. First, you make the claim that the 8.7 kilometer track, quote, cannot be seen due to the curve of the Earth. That really doesn't make any sense, and I'm not sure what you meant by that, but it really doesn't make any sense in any sort of context that I can try to put it in. First of all, we don't know whether it's a straight stretch of track that you're talking about that's 8.7 kilometers or 5.4 miles long, or whether the entire circuit of the track spans a twisting and turning circuit which totals 5.4 miles. So that's a big variable that would make a huge difference and should have probably been documented if you were going to use this as some sort of a proof, but you just mention it and sort of brush past it as you typically do. But even assuming that it's a perfectly straight track going unimpeded for 5 miles without turning, without going over any hills or through any valleys, a person standing 6 feet tall wouldn't be able to see all the way past about 3.5 miles, let alone all the way to 5.5 miles, since that pavement will have traveled beyond the vanishing point or beyond the apparent horizon line for a 6 foot tall observer. Your optical horizon is based on your altitude, and so at 6 feet tall it would be about 3.5 miles away. So anything on the ground, such as the road, will never be seen further than that horizon line, even though the Earth is totally flat. This is just how the laws of perspective, or the operations of perspective, work. On the other hand, if you show an image of what would assume is the track that you're discussing. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that it is. And it shows a track that has a couple of very sharp turns at both ends. Regardless, the fact that people cannot see along the ground to an infinite distance proves nothing akin to Earth curvature, and is indeed exactly what would occur upon a plane. This is how perspective operates, and one of the shots that you allegedly took from that track is either sort of a funky angle of the camera, or it appears as if the car is going uphill. It's hard to say. And of course, if they're going uphill and then downhill, of course you can't see forever on that either. Anyway, as the roadway gets more and more distant from you off in the distance, if you're looking at a perfectly straight and flat roadway, it will appear that that roadway merges to a single point, where the road, the nearby trees, and even the sky in the background all appear to merge to that single point. Now, objects have a subjective sort of personal vanishing point based on their size and the ability of the human eye. And there's a very simple, I may have already mentioned it, but a very simple equation that you can use. It's simply 3,000 times the diameter of an object will be its apparent vanishing point. So if you have a coin that is 1 inch in diameter, if you remove it away from you to 3,000 inches away, it will appear to vanish past that point, and that is scalable. That applies to pretty much anything, and so using that, the laws of optics and perspective, the very ISS is disproven by the fact that we can see it. Since it's allegedly the size of a football field, it should disappear from any sort of sight at well below 200 miles, and yet it is alleged to be at 250 miles high, and people can allegedly see it with the naked eye, meaning NASA is lying.
The horizon looks flat from ground view because it is a geometric circle of a sphere, which is a horizontal cut through a sphere. Some flat earthers claim one cannot see further than the horizon due to substances in the atmosphere. However, the International Visibility Code shows that the meteorological optical range for an exceptionally clear day is over 27 nautical miles, or 31 statute miles. This fact, combined with the extremely low refractive index of air and the change in distance to the horizon the higher one goes in altitude, makes it clear that the limited view of the horizon is principally due to the curvature of the Earth, rather than to visibility conditions.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
Okay, so first you say...
Exceptionally clear day is over 27 nautical miles, or 31 statute miles.
Now, you realize this means that if you can see 31 statute miles on a very clear day, what does that tell you? Now, assuming that you're living in a relatively flat area as opposed to like up in the mountains somewhere or down in a valley, anything 31 miles away should be beneath the horizon line unless it's more than 756 feet tall, at which point you could only see the area above 756 feet. Anything above that point, anything beneath that point would be obscured by your horizon on a spherical Earth. The simple fact is that curvature doesn't exist. The fact that you can see objects from 31 miles away on a clear day, unless we're talking about the tip tops of 756 foot tall objects, which is not what is said here. They just mainly said that on a clear day you can see 31 miles. Now, the other point of contention here is that the atmosphere absolutely does play a role in your apparent horizon, especially when you're dealing with super high altitudes like found in the footage coming back from high altitude weather balloon shoots. Okay, so what happens is even though your height at over 100,000 feet gives you an excellent angle of attack to have an extremely wide field of vision 360 degrees around you, at a specific distance away, depending on density, and the lower to the ground the atmosphere is, the more dense it is, but there becomes sort of a barrier or an atmospheric wall at a specific distance from you, the observer, even at 100,000 feet, to where even though the Earth is completely flat, doesn't curve at all, you still can't see beyond that point from high elevations due to the atmosphere. Now, on a foggy day, the same thing can be said about relatively low altitudes, but even on a very clear day, on a clear blue sky, or in the middle of the night, at certain distances, very long distances, the particulates and the vapors and the different gases that comprise our air become reflective, refractive, opaque, and you simply cannot see to infinity on the infinite plane Earth. Then you continue on to say,
the limited view of the horizon is principally due to the curvature of the Earth, rather than to visibility conditions.
This is absolutely wrong. The visibility of the horizon has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. It has everything to do with our line of sight towards the horizon being a finite distance due to how our eyeballs operate. I don't know if you know this, but your eyes are balls, and the lenses in front are convex lenses, and so when things get to a certain distance away from you, they appear to form the same angle as the very ground upon the horizon. Things that are taller than you will appear, as they gain distance from you, to get lower and lower towards the horizon, and the ground beneath your feet, as it gains distance away from you, will appear to get higher and higher up towards the horizon. And the point where the two meet, at least for the ground, which is the most important because you cannot see through the ground under any circumstances, up at that point where your angle of attack becomes essentially parallel with the ground, or the angle made by the angular size of the ground becomes the same as that of the sky in the background, then that is where your vanishing point is, or your horizon is. Now, the ground horizon is 3.5 miles away, again, for a 6-foot tall observer. So, again, that would be true whether the Earth was a sphere or whether the Earth was a plane. The problem that you failed to cover in this video is the fact that as you gain in altitude, whether it's a couple miles in a hot air balloon, whether it's a few, maybe 10 miles in an airplane, or over 100,000 feet, 20, maybe approaching 30 miles in a high altitude weather balloon, we can clearly see that the curvature that you believe in just it doesn't exist. And so this isn't a question about philosophy or about theories or about beliefs. This is a question of empirical science, measurable data, repeatable experiments that all conclusively, without fail, point to the Earth being a stationary plane. The only reason why this is such a difficult truth for people to wrap their minds around is because we've been misled since we were very young into believing in an extremely preposterous theory. The fact that you believe the horizon is caused by the spherical Earth is preposterous. For one, the word horizontal means, or is derived from horizon. And, if you assume that the horizon, you had your little orange hanging thing and then sliced off the orange and said that's what the horizon is, if that was the case, then were you to raise an elevation, then you should have to continue looking further and further down, proportionally with altitude, to see the horizon. As your field of view increases with altitude, therefore the horizon should appear to drop. But what happens in reality? The horizon level never drops, and in fact remains gracefully with the eye, so gracefully raises along with the observer as altitude is gained, as observed by anyone who's studied a high altitude weather balloon footage, not the kind using GoPro fisheye lenses, but the kind using regular lenses that don't appear as if you are viewing through the eye of a wall-eyed trout. So just wanted to make that point real quick. So yeah, no sense in GoPro fisheye lenses for doing scientific experiments, people, please.
Many pilots and others claim that from 60,000 feet in altitude, the curvature of the Earth is clearly visible. The Concorde flew at this altitude. A plane can automatically adjust its altitude by means of an altimeter. Pilots also often make small adjustments while flying, so any changes needed due to the curvature of the Earth are minimal and a normal part of flying.
That is honestly one of the least educated claims made insofar into this piece. It's very apparent that if an airplane was flying level with the horizon, then technically it should be gaining in altitude. So if a plane's flying level, it should be traveling tangent to the curve of the Earth. Now, newer planes use what are called horizontal gyroscopes. They don't even use gyroscopes anymore. They use laser ring gyroscopes. There's a different mechanism altogether, but essentially they used, for many years, they used actual horizontal gyroscopes, which never needed or rarely needed adjustment because the Earth is level. And, people claim that airliners are able to fly level and it's gravity that naturally keeps them level with the ground beneath. However, if that were the case, then horizontal gyros would have never needed to be invented in the first place, because the claim is, again, that gravity naturally balances out a plane in terms of its x-axis, if I've got that right. Maybe the y-axis, no, the z-axis, that's right, whatever, but you get my point. Horizontal gyros are necessary in order to keep flights level, and if you know the properties of how gyroscopes remain rigid in space, they keep their initial orientations regardless of any traveling or tilting. They will keep their original orientations. That's one of the awesome behaviors of a gyroscope, and that's how they were able to use them in order to help aid in aviation, right? But your claim that pilots flying around the curved Earth, that wouldn't be all that big of a deal, that's just malarkey. If you do the math at the speeds that they go in jetliners every day, 450, maybe 500 miles an hour, they would have to constantly be correcting for apparent elevation change due to the Earth curvature. And if you've ever flown in a plane, you know that once they get up to cruising altitudes, they level off and they're indeed flying level. And you can actually listen in to onto the little earpieces. They'll have the cockpit's radio channel that you can listen to, and they'll give you your altitude in feet every so often. And when flying level, you maintain level. And this conclusively proves that the Earth is not a sphere.
A person in an airplane can view a sunset twice by climbing an altitude just after the sun has set.
How very dramatic of you, I must say. You are, laying it on pretty thick with the pageantry, but what you showed proved absolutely nothing. Nobody disagrees that you can see farther from higher. Anyone who says that being able to see farther from higher is exclusive to a sphere is wrong. You can see the sunset from the beach and then get into an elevator of a 100-story building and watch the sunset again. This has nothing to do with seeing along a curve. It has to do with being able to see further from higher.
Flat earthers claim the sunset is an optical illusion. Some posit a theory called electromagnetic acceleration, also known as bendy light, which states that light mysteriously bends upwards. They have no evidence for this. For the sunset to be an optical illusion, the horizon would have to be above eye level, which is clearly contrary to the fact that, at sea level, the horizon is slightly below eye level. The bendy light theory also posits that different colors of light do not refract at different frequencies. This is easily proven false by a white light passing through a prism. Rainbows are a natural example of this effect, as is the blue color of the sky, due to an effect called Rayleigh scattering. For more information, see the article in the description box, 101 Globe Earth Facts.
So you just regurgitated or maybe plagiarized something that you read in an article somewhere about rainbows and facts about the Earth, and I'm not going to go read any articles because clearly you're not even going to attempt to prove curvature or axial rotation of the Earth, so I will mark this as yet another failed attempt to debunk the flat Earth reality. The Earth has been flat forever. And no matter how hard you think or wish you live on a spinning sphere in the vacuum of outer space, that is merely poisonous nonsense for your mind. It is a imprisonment of your conscience by convincing you that you live in a void, in a vacuum, where life is a mere chance accident, the result of chaos, coincidence, and gravity, when in fact everything appears to be created for a reason. And I am so about done with this video. Ugh, I think it's like totally almost over.
As well as the videos, Did the Catholic Church Teach the Earth is Flat? And Amazing Evidence for God, Scientific Evidence for God.
So with that, I think we can safely say that that's a wrap on this one. Nowhere in there does the gentleman prove curvature of the Earth, nor axial rotation. Nor does he explain how the North Pole star Polaris can remain the North Star for all of history, when technically, according to the precession of the equinoxes, we should have a new North Star every 50 to 100 years at the most. The fact that we have not seen a series of new North Stars throughout history clearly debunks the heliocentric model. The fact that we can see full moons during broad daylight completely disproves the heliocentric model. The fact that we can see new crescent moons in the pitch of night clearly disproves the heliocentric model. The fact that we can often see the wandering star Mercury in the pitch of night clearly disproves the heliocentric model. And in order to refute me on these claims, you're going to have to study and learn your own model and see if I'm wrong or see if I'm right. Thanks so much for your time, everyone. Real quick, I will mention at the end, many of you already know that I'm working on a Flat Earth book. I'm reaching out to the community for crowdsourcing support. That effort so far, I just did an update, released that on Tuesday the 7th, so you can check that out in terms of how everything's going with the book. If you'd like to support that effort, you can do so easily to the direct link paypal.me/themorgile1. Again, that's paypal.me/themorgile1, or directly through PayPal to jonelance@gmail.com. Unfortunately, YouTube has discontinued their fan funding option, so that is no longer an option. However, with the paypal.me/themorgile1 direct link, you should be able to contribute very easily, even if you don't have a PayPal account, I believe. So with that, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys' attention and input, and God bless you all. Finally, spread the word, spread the world, and peace.